Welcome to our continuation of Fire Emblem Engage. We completed, over the course of a single chapter stream a couple of days ago, the 6 of the Emblem paralogs that we've encountered so far. So that was with Erica's Ring from Sacred Stones, and that took me the better part of about 4 hours. But that is over with, and we are on to chapter 17, so lots of unexplored territory to come, because all of the Emblem rings, I believe, are accounted for at this point, and so we need to reclaim the ones that we have lost from the enemy at some point in the chapters ahead. We're not sure how soon. But as you can see, we have basically looped around the map as well and completed an entire circuit, going around the world clockwise all the way back to where we started, just about. And there isn't too much to say about the party configuration. Thank you so much for the follow, incidentally. There isn't so much to say about the party configuration here. And thank you for the message as well in the chat. The only thing to note is that having reclaimed Erica's ring after battling her in the paralogue, we have attached her to Jean for the time being. I was hoping to save Jean's slot for one of the rings that we reclaim from the first half of the game at some point. But right now, I think having Gentility specifically for the 3 damage reduction is going to be pretty useful for him, especially because it balances out that 5 damage issue that we encounter whenever we put him on the attack with Flashing Fist art. So, since he is one of our main tanks and one that does not suffer from too much type vulnerability, I think it's a pretty good idea to shore up his defensive capabilities for the time being until we find a better fit in the party. We'll probably be shuffling things around as we go, especially as we get back to the main quest, which is tuned a little bit easier than the side chapters and should give us plenty of flexibility to experiment. So, without further ado, let's get into it. Let's see what we're up to. I don't even remember, really, where we were in the main story, aside from having reclaimed the rings, but that's what happens when you spend most of your time on a side content instead. Serenity in Ruin.
I don't see any Illusian soldiers yet.
They're likely headed for the castle. That's the port closest to Firne Castle.
Right. My first time here. Oh no.
What's wrong?
Smoke. From the northeast.
That's the direction of Flora Port.
Let's go.
Well, let's defend the kingdom. Admittedly, we've hardly used Prince Alfred here since the beginning of the game. But it looks like they've sacked some of these wind-powered villages along the coast. Port battles are always fun aesthetically. I think there have been quite a few that were memorable in the series, notably one in Path of Radiance as well.
Why would they do this? These people aren't soldiers.
Don't give in to despair, Alfred. There are more Illusian warships off the coast. We need to fend off the incoming vessels.
Alright, here's the evil team.
Oh dear, what a mess.
Zephyr.
Let's see what rings they're holding and what we can take back from them.
And Vale, you too? I'm guessing this is your handiwork.
No, absolutely not. I heard you'd be coming to Firene.
Why do you think we're here? Your army. The one that's your Sombron's daughter.
I'm not sure, Chris. Did you order this attack?
They had to put up with this multiple personality from their boss all the time, and so I think he's just sick of explaining it all the way from the start at this point.
Sure, I knew about the
Probably
attack,
having
but
done
I'm
it
not the
many
one who gave
times
the
before.
order.
Well, then who did? What
It was
monster
you,
told
and
our
she has to
forces
deal with it,
attack
and-
a town of innocent people?
Why, it was you.
And there you go.
The homes up in smoke, the people burning to death, crying for help. It was your design, your command.
Mine? made it.
Forgive our lateness.
Arnie. Mavir. Hey, Lady Vale.
Anyway, we get to fight the whole team,
Rest
maybe.
After that long trip, but I am ready and raring to kill everyone in town. What?
Now the question
Why
is,
did you do such a horrible thing?
how many of them
Innocent.
do we
It's
wind
not
up
like you to
recruiting?
care about that. Oh, I get it. You switched, huh? Switched? The boring.
All right, it was a chore dealing with you anyway. I'll tell you the truth.
The truth?
You want to know why you're clueless? Because it was the other Lady Vale's doing.
The other Vale?
Lord Sombron desired a fell child suitable to carry on his legacy. You disobeyed him, failed to use your fell dragon powers. You were a defect. Thus, Lord Sombron gave me the power to make a few adjustments.
Seems the adjustments only went halfway, unfortunately.
What
But
adjustments?
What did you do to her?
now we
It
at
was
least
simple,
have
really.
an explanation.
I strengthened your draconic impulses. Then you thought nothing of killing human. Killing Lumera, stealing the rings, unleashing the corrupted.
That's why I kept waking up and...
Yes. As your consciousness slept, think of it. You fighting the corrupted. But it gets better. The
Well, it
fell
balances out.
dragon's daughter.
I mean, the Divine Dragon's got a bit of a
Hilarious, isn't
split
it?
as well, split
And
hairstyle,
pathetic.
if not necessarily the personality.
No. No! I'm sorry! You were right! I've done horrible things!
The person who killed my mother and stole our rings. It was Vale. But not...
There you have it, Lady Vale.
She only has moral
I'd say
agency
the
half the time.
misunderstanding has been
Zephia? Gris? Marnie? Mavir? I'm alone! I've always been alone! I...
Vale, it's all right.
How about no?
Anyway, let's fight. So do we get to take on a whole team, or just a little bit at a time? And moreover,
From this
do we get to
point on, I
reclaim
no longer have any
any
need of
rings?
you. Sleep now. Go on.
Would
Drift
do
off into a
recruit
dream.
her in some fashion,
No!
but we'll see.
Time to wake up, Lady Vale. We do need you.
Or she turns into a big boss
I know
dragon
how
creature.
disappointed you would be if you were to miss the bloodshed.
You're a liar! Nothing like that. Thank you for waking me, Zephia. I've been so looking forward to having some fun. Fetch me the ring of the Hero King.
Yes, as you wish.
Okay, so
Marth!
And my hounds, prepare yourselves as well.
we'll fight Marth.
Whatever you
Possibly we'll
decide,
fight all the
my
other ones too. Does that account
How
for all
exciting
6?
this is.
Or have I miscounted?
I hope they have the endurance to at least resist a little. It's no fun if they just die. Right? Don't you agree? You know, seeing as how I don't share memories with that pathetic little girl, I simply had no idea you and I were friends now. I hope that you can forgive my rudeness.
Your apology means nothing to me. You're not Vale. Give her back!
Rest assured that I am Vale. Yes. In fact, I am Vale in her truest form. Only one of us deserves the honor of calling the great Bell Dragon her father. That honor belongs to me and me alone.
My friends, it's time to fight!
So, if we do manage to get the rings back, I guess in effect this would be kind of an Act 2 finale of a 3-act structure that eventually ends with Sombron. Act 1, of course, having ended around the chapter 10 to 11 break, with having
Oh, that's right.
lost the first set of rings in the first
I have an
place.
exciting
But
surprise for you.
here's a surprise.
Ivy, and you, Divine Dragon.
Ah,
It's
yes.
been some time, has it not?
King Hyacinth?
Father! You're alive? He's not.
Bit of a
This
puppet
is
theater, if you ask
corrupted
me.
Hyacinth.
Vulnerable to anti-corrupted weapons.
You mean...
Looks good as new, Not like Father's King Morian. I can do much better than that. When I create the corrupted, they're just like themselves. but at times that can be a hindrance.
This is unimaginable.
Princess Ivy earned this.
Anyway, she's definitely entering the fight. Just to see some of the unique interactions, perhaps, if they come up.
For stealing the rings from Destinia Cathedral. Ever since then, I have longed for vengeance. Hyacinth, I intended to give you the ring of the Lady of the Plain. Take this instead. The ring of the Sage Lord.
Ring of the Sage Lord. Who was that again? I believe that was...
Yes, Lady Vale.
You would have me fight my own
that wasn't
father?
Leaf, was it? From Thracia 776? I think it might have been.
No! You can't treat people like this! Don't you understand how cruel this is?
Cruel? This is easily the most fun I've ever had. Speaking of fun, all of the emblem rings are here.
Yeah, I guess that counts for all 6 because there's her gang of 4 that's following her. Plus Corrupted Hyacinth. 6 versus 6 it is, and let's take
6
them
on
on.
your side, 6 on mine. There's no telling who might win.
Vale.
Now then, let the killing begin.
Okay, so we've got to watch the enemy powers. A couple of these rings we haven't actually played against directly before. Defeat all 6 enemy commanders is going to be the objective. We have 12 slots, and we're going to take a look at who exactly we are dealing with. Notably, this is one of the ones that we haven't really thought directly. If we can find it. Yeah, so they're powered up when they have the red rings around them. We haven't really fought Marth on our own. Look at that. Green 50 there, totally capping out the hit points. And not only does she have Rapier, she also has Obscurity for the magic attack, a Stiletto for poisoning, so we'll have to take her out somehow. Also only a dragon type. Fell Protection is kind of the equivalent, or rather the inverse of what I have as the Divine Dragon, because I've got +3 damage and -1 incoming on my Avatar's ability. Inflicts -1 to the engage meter of foes within 2 spaces, so it's only when you attack into her. And anything else that we really need to take a look at? Let's see. Yeah, Lodestar Rush, we'll need to basically be able to tank into her somehow, but at least the physical damage incoming is not too bad, and the type effectiveness would be the main thing that we need to watch out for with that anti-armor on the Rapier. So, let's take a look at some of these other rings. Yeah, that is Leaf on Hyacinth, as I guessed. Even as somebody who had not played as Thracia. It's been a while since we've seen him, and we hardly got to use him, so we'll see what this is all about. Weapon advantage. Ah, yes, that's right, because he's kind of an all-weapon specialist with the quadruple hit and adaptable, so can't rely on type advantage too much against him, and he also does have the Flashing Fist going, so we'll have to be aware of that if he's trying to attack in. A 44 crit on a Killer Axe as well. That's going to be something we need to take into account. Again, though, the physical attack numbers are not too bad, so as long as we have somebody high defense rushing in there, we're probably okay. Rider's Bane, we hardly run cavalry. I'm not actually worried. There's going to be 11 sword on Zephia and Sigurd. Yeah, Rider's Bane and 11 sword, because she currently has Sigurd engaged. The main thing is just a movement. I think we're going to try to shoot her down as soon as possible, using the Astra ability that I have on Lyn. And we'll have to take her down twice. Also noting the HP pools here, it is going to be 2 life bars on each of these. We need to figure out the other 3, of course, who are going to be closer to the front line. And yeah, we need to account for momentum if she's attacking in as well when we are doing our attack calculation. That's something that we don't want to have throw us off. But if we just take her out at as much of a range as possible, we should be fine, except of course she's got 12 movement, so even with Lyn's ability of taking her out from 10 spaces away, that is certainly still going to be within her range. And then Override, we'll just need to be careful not to stack up in a line right in front of her. Corrupted worms all over the place, yeah. And okay, here's Micaiah, who's going to be on Movir. And Micaiah can do the massive sacrifice heals. So that's potentially a problem. We can't just reduce units to something low and leave it as is. Although if we do, of course, that will take Movir here down to 1 HP, but that would only be on 1 bar. So we'll see what we do with that. Pretty high magic attack coming in. What's this? Reforge. Right, okay. We played against that before. Let's see where the other two are located. Wrist and Celica. Celica, of course, we need to watch out for Warp Ragnarok, which has a massive range. The equivalent here is called Dark Warp. And so we need somebody who can suffer through a magic attack without getting too close. Attack with magic at 50% damage. Use a second time to launch another 50% attack. And you've got a Fortify Staff here. That's going to be a group heal, a fairly sizable one at that. And a huge attack damage coming in from all of these abilities, in fact. So we'll need to be aware of that and try to snipe her off as soon as possible. Looking at the final one, it's going to be Marnie and Roy. Roy drops tons of fire on the ground. That's the main thing that we need to be aware of. And she's going to swap on her. Ah, yes, and Roy has the always survive, so we have to chip her down and then finish her off. We can't just do one big hit by itself. And we'll have to take that into account for things like counterattacks as well. That her stats are also buffed by 3 levels. Okay, so Lance Reaver, Worm Slayer, Hurricane Axe. Yeah, pretty good selection of weapons all over there. Well, we'll just have to deal with it. Kind of vaguely reminds me of that 12 boss or 12 unique unit map that was near the end of Awakening. Although here we have quite a lot of backup forces to take care of as well. Anyway, let's do our party selection. 12 units. A couple of these are just going to be from our main team as we remember it, and it's just a matter of whether we want to make any swaps beyond that. This has been a pretty reliable main group. Like I said, this game has led me to be a little bit top-heavy when it comes to my party, in that we have a lot of stragglers that we haven't had much of a chance to use or any opportunity to level up to compensate for having left them behind. But I think this should more or less work. Let's just make sure we have enough heals to go around. I think Mend, we would probably want an additional one because we're just so short on heals right now. But inventory-wise, we're generally going to be okay. The only one who's kind of a swing player here is Yunaka if we wanted an extra thief in, but we also had Marin on dagger duty anyway, so I think we're fine if we want to keep the longbows in instead with Fugato and the very recently promoted Alchrist. Let's see what we're dealing with enemy-wise, though, before we commit to any of that. I think we'll probably leave the party intact. Because despite the low recommended level, it might actually be a relatively challenging map. That is the capstone of this section of the game. Lots of spots to refresh over here, of course. We need to think about what our approach is going to be, whether we kind of push up towards the mage right away, or if we kind of try to push left and clear out before we actually proceed. I think we do try to... Oh wait, there's actually quite a lot here that's fire. We can't just go into that directly. Also, we know that my arrow ability from... what is it? Chloe and Lynn, who have bond level 20, can actually one-shot the dragons from a distance, which we'll probably do. Like, we'll probably be pretty heavy on the Astra ability again. But let's take a look at the flow of the map, actually, because it's going to affect which direction we go in. You kind of have a choice early on of going up or going left. Up, of course, you get to fight right away. And you're probably roughly encouraged to do that. If you go left first, you're going to run into Marnie and Roy pretty quickly. Yeah, there is a pretty clear implication to go up first, in fact, but then you kind of need to defend the choke points. And you got... Yeah, these are damage locations, but they are still walkable. They're still accessible. Even though they do slow things down considerably, as we learned from using Roy's ability ourselves in the map early on. I think it's likely just going to be a push up front. So let's take a look at the unit selection once again. Oh wait, no, let's do a bit of a weapon check on the enemy, see what we're dealing with. Pure physical melee over here, and got a one spear over here. It's a magic attack over here, but that's okay. We can kind of pull back after the physical enemies and see how we do against that. We got some pretty decent magic decks, in fact. This bow we kind of need to watch out for if we have a flyer stepping nearby, but in general, not too much anti-air. So, no concerns about running. And both of our main flyers, that being Chloe and Ivy. And yeah, we don't want the healers to group up against each other, obviously. And you got a fort to potentially control over here as well. So if we push up, we'd basically be going up the steps and fighting towards the left over here. If we push left, we would eventually have to deal with the mages up here. I think we're definitely taking the right side first then by the looks of it. It's just that we don't want to get trapped up there. So we'd probably control these choke points, have the spears come in, pull them in, and then run up to finish the mages. I think we can do that. So, as far as frontliners go, let's take a look. Actually, a lot of stuff is going to be within range anyway. We might even be able to fight on two fronts here early on. Particularly if we send Louis and Ike over to the left to do the Ike engage power. That will allow me to take out all three of these. And we just need to leave enough attackers behind to take them out after that. Yeah, the speeds are fairly slow on the enemy here, so no real concerns with that. We just basically need to leave somebody in position to follow up on that side. As far as magic resistance goes, yeah, it gets pretty heavy once you get over to the mages, obviously. So we basically need a high resilience characters who can fight up there. So that's definitely going to be Jean, who's running up in that direction, especially against speed 21, 15, 15, yeah. So yeah, Jean's going to run up as fast as possible. Important thing here is to determine what to do with Seedall, who can make anybody double up. And because we have Jean kind of coming in and fighting right away, he can push in very quickly. If we just follow with Seedall behind him. We'll put them adjacently just in case. Yeah. Marin can probably do a pretty big push. Yeah, I guess the advantage that we have here is that defensively a lot of these characters are relatively weak. We want magic attackers available against Marnie and Roy over here, for instance, especially at range, because you'll notice one of her weaknesses is that she does not have a range 2 weapon. And so we draw this crowd in, and they're very weak to magic for the most part. We kind of keep our magic attackers facing left here, and physical attackers can largely come up, with the exception of this one guy who we can nuke fairly early, perhaps. So, for instance, we can put Citrin over here. Have her just run up and drop some thunder. And Marin, of course, is very good for that as well with 11 sword. Yeah, archers and Pandreo is our extra healer in the back. Chloe kind of available to snipe dragons. I think we're generally in pretty good shape. Let's just see. Got 29 magic attack here. What's the speed on this guy? 7. Yeah, they're gonna get nuked. So yeah, even Citrin's in good shape speed-wise, which I did not expect. Basically, we want enough magic attackers going left, which will probably mean... Yeah, actually, I do want Marin going up because she's got that dual aspect to her, so I think we'll actually take Marin up as our main attacker up there, and then Lucina kind of following up behind. Should be doable. Okay, I kind of like that configuration. Let's take a look at the inventory. Again, I think I do need to buy at least one new heal. Because Pandreo's running so low. And we'll just trade that one out. Staves. We got 3 charges on Warp. What else we got? 2 on Rescue. We'll hopefully be fine with that. I've got Seedall basically running extra staves around as needed. 5 on a Rewarp. That's fine. Yeah, let's just fight and let's deal with it as we go. Okay. We'll do the quick pre-battle save and we'll just work this out. I mean, it is, as I said, 5 or 6 levels under the previous map that we did, so taking the A-team into it should be pretty clean. But we don't want to take our chances against these boss abilities, so let's fight. Okay. First things first. Louis and Ike come in here, and Gage as Ike can try to take these guys out as they come in. I think that might be premature, in fact. I think maybe we can just get in there and hit with a spear if we are able to longbow him from behind.
Yes.
Yeah, because that does 18 with a longbow. And Louis and Ike would be able to follow up. That combines perfectly, in fact, using the two of them together. Problem being mainly that this guy might run up here and hit Alchrist. With the 41, but then... Yeah, we should have considered that, actually. But then we can always... Well, let's see. I'm rethinking that already. Yeah, so we don't want to use engage powers too heavily too early. Let's mark the foes, first of all. Let's also mark the boss characters. Just so we know what we're stepping into. The boss characters actually have a ton of coverage, so maybe this was not the best idea. But at least we know. Not too worried about any of these other guys, so... Yeah, Louis and Ike can come here and they can damage, or they can just sit here, get all 3 attackers in, and then use Ike's counter ability to take everything out. I think we can afford to do it. Especially because these have low physical defense, so if we want to use that power, now is the time. Let's switch back our main weapon for the time being. So yeah, it's going to be Ike standing here. And then we'll see what the range is on these 3 to position some magic attackers accordingly. Anyway, let's punch out as much as we can of this stuff and send Jean up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he'll probably just punch in and
Let's hear it.
hit both. Let's see if he's here. Yeah, we'll have a magic attacker basically hit this stuff. This guy is movement 4. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then what is he holding? Silverlands 1, 2, 3, 4. How come he's got that much movement then? Oh, movement 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so if we get Jean up here, he's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so he hits this guy. The seed all refreshes him. He runs up here. He's going to tank the next cluster. That seems to be the best way to do it. So, and moreover, he can switch to shielding stance when he does it. And this will take that out immediately. No incoming damage.
I need to be more diligent.
Okay. Seedall's going to refresh him. Seedall might even get into the front position, but before we commit to that, let's
Here I go.
see how Lucena's going to do. 62% crit and a break. I think this will kill. I think this will kill easily.
No, window jumper. I'm
There we
pretty
go.
tough, you know.
She's pretty tough, you know. Anyway, as I was saying, we'll get a magic attacker up there. Marin will kill, and moreover, I think she's got alacrity on her, so she will even be able to get in here. The main issue being that looks like it will be within range of the Warp Ragnarok. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it hits adjacently. Yeah, that's why there's this massive cluster here, because Warp Ragnarok hits all this stuff. Marin has how much resistance on her? 16? We probably don't want to take our chances, though, because it will be... It's going to hit hard. I don't remember how the warp ability is calculated as well in terms of how much damage it's going to do relative to the magical attack. On Seraphim, I don't think it's just a straight 100%, is it? I don't know. But the idea is that we do want to draw her in, so I think we will be cautious. We'll send Marin up here. The only issue with that being... you know what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, she's going to warp 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we'll see if we can draw her in. But the nice thing about the woods is that she might just be able to dodge like 15% on this, for instance. She won't even get hit by this. And she won't get to kill, but then someone can come in and follow up and get to kill.
Got it.
Like this guy, for instance. This guy is actually going to straight up kill with a Radiant Bow. We might just do that instead. Quite like that. Yeah, you know, we'll do it. We'll do it.
First one's free.
Radiant Bow's not going to be too good against a Mage Cluster, but then the Mage Cluster... Oh, we'll see, because Fogado can always pull back for the next set. Anyway. Yeah, so we don't just put Seedall in here because of the issue with the warp, should it choose to activate. But we are going to switch Jean over to the shielding stance when we can. And he'll basically be subject to 2 attacks. If he gets hit by warp, that's fine. The idea will be to draw in the enemy as fast as possible to just get up there and bust things down. So let's first of all switch back to shielding. No need to engage yet, of course. We'll just wait. What's this speed on her? 21. Okay. I feel like this is going to be fine. Especially with the 3 damage reduction that I have from Erika's ability on top of that. So, any ranged attackers on these? Silver Lance, Spear doesn't quite hit. That's good. I think the positioning's about as good as we can make it here. And we'll just send somebody else up there. Okay, anyway. Louis and Ike. We can try to kill the first guy, but I don't see the point. We'll just play defensively. Well, the point would be to save his engage ability for later, which is definitely a consideration, but we shall see. Because this guy can come in, this can come in here. If we come in here, we can basically add a spot of defense to Alchrist, if need be. That would be defense 18 against a 41 attack, though. That's going to hit pretty hard, and moreover, draw this guy into the woods, which we don't want to do, so. Probably what we're going to do is we're just going to use Ike's power, as originally planned. And we'll have plenty of time to refresh it after he gets into lots and lots of fights, as Louis usually does. Let's make sure we don't have any anti-armor to deal with here. We don't.
Emblem, engage!
Okay, so it's going to be Great Ether. And we'll switch to Irvin. Oh yeah, let's check speed here. 13, 13, 13. Okay, so switching to Irvin is still going to be fine, and none of these are armored, so yeah, that is the way to go. Doesn't quite kill, but it's going to weaken everything considerably. And he's got 4 turns on this, which is fantastic. He'll be in great shape. And then we bring a couple of attackers over here in preparation. Let's figure out Chloe's position first of all.
Say the word.
We kind of want her in the middle in case we need to. We might even want her over here in case she needs to attack in to assist with what we have going on over here, because Gris and Silica, they're in good shape, and we'll have to see how we can deal with them. And then Seraphim is anti-dragon, yeah, okay. Oh, anti-dragon is probably because she's riding a wyvern, so we might not want to fight up there with her. But I think everything on the heroes is practically anti-dragon, so the Hurricane Axe over there is pretty bad too. So we'll just come over here. Hang on. Yeah, so Chloe, come up with this cluster.
Emblem,
She can get some snipes down right away. That will not kill, but it will do a fair bit. The problem is if there's a heal up that happens after that. Also, is that within bow range? It is not. Let's kill that soldier. Well, if it doesn't get a straight up kill on the corrupted worm anyway, due to its extremely high defense. I wonder if we should be doing that in the first place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So for example, if she's here, not that we're doing that. Just want to see how we're doing. Very little damage, in fact. 1 by 5. Yeah, you're not sending physical attack against Roy over there. You will need magic. So the question is, if we're using Astra Storm, do we try to get an immediate kill? Which might be a good idea, just to take out the bow, or do we go for the dragons from range with the understanding that they might just get healed up right away, which would not be good. I think we need to get a kill, because the heal is sort of pointless to play against. So the question is, though, then do we even bother engaging with her this turn? Not totally convinced we should. Yeah, so these worms will be a little harder to fight than the ones in some of the maps we've seen before. Silver bow, I don't know that we want to burn the engage just on that. I think we'll actually just send Chloe up and maybe save a turn, or maybe even drop her decoys at some point. No. Well, this might be interesting, though. We got another bow over here. Sniper class. These are both sniper classes, actually. Physical attack 33. A little concerned about it, but I think we'll actually probably maintain position with her until we can do a nice clean kill with the Astra. Or we just burn it right away on this guy, and that does what for me? It does simplify things a little bit, especially with all this fire going on everywhere. But anyway, let's move some units in. This guy's covert. Yeah, he can't get into the woods this turn, though. Let's just go Pendray over here.
Allow me.
We'll just get all the magic attackers up. We'll get Ivy over here just to remain somewhat versatile. We'll put Marin way up. You could even use the shove if you really wanted. And then we'll kind of get Alcris in the back line for physical. Yeah, let's save the Astra for where we really need it. We don't want to burn that too soon. Who's left? Yeah, less dragon slaying everywhere, I think. Depends on how confident we are in this cluster. Roy's kind of a tough customer. And as I was saying, we generally need magic attack on the left, so probably not going to be too useful there just yet, although of course the fist weapon using the lowest defensive property might be helpful. So how many characters do we have there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, no, we'll split this way. And there's the warp. 23, that hits pretty hard. Harder than I expected, in fact. That goes about as well as I thought it would. And yeah, we know that he's going to nuke everything here. That'll allow me to do a nice big push. Anything to watch out for is any kind of anti-armor. There's the ether. We could have saved it for a bigger cluster, but you know what? We'll just take everything down. Okay, this cluster I'm not too worried about. It's just a matter of where to send them afterwards. Lance Reaver, Worm Slayer, Hurricane Axe. Yeah. I think Louis can essentially just push in and take her squad upwards. So we basically want to get her squad in as far up as we can positionally. That side is comfortable. Jean and Erica.
I can still help.
Let's see here. Flashing Fist is just going to kill her by 1 bar, which is... no, there's 1 HP remaining there. See if maybe we can do something like an adjacency buff. Also, her range is going to be 1 to 2, so... Fugado, however... Longbow will hardly do anything. Yeah, she's going to be a tough one to take out. I think the idea will be to use Seedall to try to refresh Jean as much as possible. The problem is that Seedall is slightly out of range. Anna might be able to get a good shot off. In fact, she's quite damaging, so that could help for the first round, especially because she does have to crit. 63% crit. And if Anna is down there, then we can get in with a second attacker. And probably do reasonably well, even though the magic stats are maybe not quite where we want them to be. I think we're going to do it this way, in fact, yeah. Do we need to engage? Probably not. Let's just do it as is. We want to burn her down immediately this turn. Here's the crit. There we go. Great avoidance on that. 50%. I think it makes sense to send Seedall over to her and refresh her. And then use my other attackers to push forward to take out this cluster. Because Anna's in great shape to make a second attack here. It's just a matter of whether we want to do it with the bow, which is decent, or if we want to do it with the axe, which is also good, but has a lower crit, slightly lower crit, and worse incoming hit. So I think we continue with the bow. And we continue from this position where she doesn't really have supports here, but that's okay. She's got 97%. Let's just do it. Okay, there's the crit. There you go. She's just going to go 1v1 versus Gris, and he's going down. There's a Bolganone. We actually have too many of those sitting around without enough mages who can bear something that heavy comfortably. Fortify Staff will also send it to a convoy and just trade it off to somebody if needed later. Since we only have one attack available here, we want to see if we can take out that guy right away. I'm sure we can. Let's go Marin. Dagger or 11th Sword are going to do just fine. Actually, we might want to save Marin for top position because she can actually go there, so... Let's go... yeah, just Radiant Bow.
I'm sorry.
In fact, if... oh, I forgot to get any heal in position here to heal up Jean. Potentially, Marin can just hit that. Spear over here, yeah, 33 attack. Main issue, oh, he's still in Flashing Fist. No wonder he took so much damage. I thought he switched into shielding. But that's okay, we'll switch him back to shielding. Yeah, I thought I'd resist a lot more than that, but... that's okay, it just means we'll get in there and finish up with Marin on this side. Now, Marin should be able to take 33 from the spear pretty comfortably. So, that's what we'll do. Shielding Art on this side, and we'll keep him on shield, even though just like that Marin will be the one to get hit. In fact, no, now we have a pretty clear location with her, so... Dagger 11 doesn't particularly matter.
Worthy opponent.
Okay, looking pretty solid. I'm kind of tempted to just take this attack to the face. It's going to be penetrating attack at 33, but if she has the hit points to sustain it, she's also got really decent avoidance. I think we just attack in and see what happens. I mean, there's going to be a 3-range attack from the dragon that pummels her here, but we can just heal out of that. Not a big deal. We just go Killer Lance against bow right now. We need to make sure we've marked the other bow. Let's see, only thing. And it goes up to here. Yeah, no, we're fine. We're fine. Yeah, dragon will attack in, and we'll deal with it. Just pull her back and heal her afterwards, or you can take out the dragon directly.
Hungry for more.
Right on the first hit. That's exactly what we want to see. We've got such high speed on her that maybe the avoidance will do wonders. Anyway, we'll see the position here. Main thing to worry about, of course, is Roy's cluster. And so the idea will be to put Louis within range of Marnie and Roy attacking in. Probably want to keep him on Axe by the looks of it. Hurricane Axe is the main thing to worry about. Even that's only going to do 29 against 14. Yeah, we're probably okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. And we've got Ike up and running, so we're in good shape. Alphys can hit anybody he likes, and live to tell the tale. Let's just hit this guy so we can push more allies.
I had no choice but to win.
And then Citrin can just come in here, take this out easily.
Please forgive me.
And we don't even need to get any kind of heal on Ike because the skill of Citrin just did that job for me, which is great. We should occasionally remember to get some kills on the Avatar. And then take Ivy front. Because then Ivy can also drop a Dragon Vein for a heal. Okay, we don't want to go Steel Blade, obviously. We want to just go Liberation.
I had to stop you.
Okay, easier than it looks. Taking apart these early foes. Oh yeah, what's this range here? That's... Ah, I see, that's the dragon, so... Because it does come all the way here to fire across, so we need to watch out for that. Because it's going to be doing... 4 range from this position. 1, 2, 3, 4. This spot is going to be okay, so we... Send Louis pretty much up there, and yeah, that's why we didn't just fly Ivy into that position blindly. So, Louis can go here or here. And of course, if we get him up front, then we draw in more attackers, which is actually what I want to do, I think. And we'll keep on X to prevent any issues with Lancer, but let's read this enemy speed that we have. 14 here, we will worry about when the time comes. Oh, also, any of these armored? Yes. Actually, a lot of them are armored, which is great, because it means we will switch to Hammer. Ike Hammer. And we should be able to survive everything that he throws at me. And that does mean staying here and then moving Pantareo up as well. Does anybody need to be topped off? I think we're completely topped off, pretty much. 1 hit point leveling up there. That's all there is to it. Yeah, 41% hit, but, you know, that is still going to hit, so we'll pull her back out or heal her from a distance.
With him at my side, I'm invincible. You're going down for sure.
For some definition of invincible, perhaps. She's going to drop fire all over me. I didn't take that threat seriously enough, but thankfully Louis will just stand on it and be perfectly fine. And yeah, that's why this lower position works as well. We can kind of attack into her now for 2 bars. And the fire is going to be enough of a movement obstruction that we have a natural choke point here that we can use for defense. Alright, we have to deal with all this stuff. And it's not going to happen this turn, I don't think. This guy has shielding art, but
I'm getting hungry.
let me just check here. Yeah, it's not going to deal any incoming damage, so I don't need to worry about that. Bow, I do kind of need to worry about. Basically, if she comes here, she does not suffer from flames, obviously, because she's flying. I can always rescue her back out. We need to heal her first if we want to do anything reckless like this. I would need to get at least... we'd need to get both crits to make this work, so... Perhaps we are going to pull her out and not do this. Or get her to stand over here and take out the next archer from up here, and then that'll give me potentially some room to heal her up. Not that I remember to bring any healers other than maybe Jean. And he's totally obstructed by fire, so... Yeah, we'll have to figure out what to do with the worms. Probably need to have an attacker like Jean to do it for me. Also, there is Corin's power to quench flames with water, which I should remember to use before too long. Yeah, also need to watch out for the cavalry over here because the 39 magic attack is a real threat, especially with 21 speed. We need to get Louis out of there before this attack comes in. But anyway, Silver Great Lance, that's okay, we'll smack Roy with magic if we can. Speed here is 8, yep. Magic attackers will be the way. And we got lots of those to go around, so we'll do this, and that's 30 and 30. And even a little bit of chip damage after that will be fine. Actually, no, we want to put her over fire because she'll actually be able to stomach it. And we can use adjacency bonus for damage after that. So, for example, Citrin, if we get over here, she's under by 6 damage. So, yeah, if we just have adjacency, then these two will kill by themselves. And then we can continue pushing forward with the rest of them. So the idea would be to go over here. And of course we'd have to deal with all these other attackers coming in, but this is going to be a natural choke, so we'll use it. So we do this. We then get the first kill over here. Oh, 1 damage up. Oh, yeah, because of Roy's whole thing with surviving 1 additional damage if he's coming in at 100%. We need to deal with that then. Should have remembered that. That's okay. We've got Alcris and Pandreo both available to basically tab him. In fact, this would be a good opportunity to use Thoron, perhaps. But no, anything over 20% is going to be an issue, so we... Yeah, we just need to do this. We'll just take him out. It's always going to require 2 attackers, basically. And the longbow here can do the rest. Draconic Hex, in fact, is going to do a ton. Because Alcris... Oh, no. We need to watch out for the range on this guy. He's going to do 33 penetrating. Which is okay. It's survivable. If only just. Yeah, that's okay. He has the HP pool. We'll just have to take the hit. I don't see a way around it with my current positioning. Because I can't just stand him and fire. So yeah, no, we have to do it this way. Also, the longbow doesn't do enough damage anyway. It doesn't do much, so... If we go El Thunder with her, and Pandreo would be able to do 56, and then we kill using the lance. Yeah, because El Thunder... I mean, either of these combinations will do, it's just the positioning that is a potential issue. So yeah, no, we will do it this way. And Citrin will just have to take the hit from the monster coming in.
I claim this victory.
Yeah, you can claim it. Won't fight over it. Okay. Yeah, too bad Alcris turned out to be ineffective here. But this will be fine. And that's definitely under 20% if I'm not mistaken, so... We'll just put him over here. Make sure that we don't have any type effectiveness to worry about. Not yet, until we get into the shine. 5, 6, yeah. As long as we don't stand him over here, that's fine. And we'll go hammer, because anybody attacking in is likely to meet the same fate. Okay, 2 bosses down.
By a bunch of weaklings.
Yes, that's the nice thing about doing the harder optional maps first, is that the main story maps are pretty breezy. Yeah, we'll need to figure this bit out, obviously. I think she has to pull out in some fashion, or attack in here. It's more efficient to come in and attack in this way. And then, problem being, yeah, no, this guy doesn't hit for anything. We're fine. This is going to attack in here. And hit her so hard. Alright, let's see what we do. We just need to take out some mages. With the Elwind here is going to be physical damage. And so, basically whoever wants to get within range and do their business. This guy, magical damage will do. We'll probably... go Marin against that. It's most of the way down. Possibly, if we get Seedall over here, then you know what? let's do it this order. Because then, yeah, this potentially hits in this location. I'm beginning to think that we actually use Chloe's doubling power to... No, because everything can always be taken out from 4 range with the dragon, so we do have to go aggressive. We have to attack in. We can't just set up counters, but let's take out the bows at least to get things going here.
I've had my eye on you. I'm sorry.
Now, too bad about all this fire, because ideally we run Jeanne over quickly enough to pop her a heal, but movement here is not going to be so cooperative, so yeah, trying to calculate the movement on this, because let's say he's got 6 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Yeah, so basically this costs 3 movement points to enter, which means if you have Jeanne over here, he's going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then he can heal up. But then he would be within range of the worm, which is not good. He can't do that. But he can stand here, which has no fire. So Jeanne, we actually want to get to stand here by going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which means he's going to go flashing fists on this guy. Then we use Seed All. And then he's going to pop a heal on Chloe across the fire. So it means we need a nice long range over here. Radiant bow or longbow or silver bow. I mean, he's going to take a bit of a hit incoming either way, but we'll do it. Not too threatening. Falling just short of the level up, though. I might give him the level up just to... no, we need Seed All to do this over here, so... Can't do too much with that. Let's get Marin up here then, and... Oh, she's not going to quite get to kill with 11 sword, but that's because it's mage, and so if we go dagger, that should in fact be relatively easy. And she is in fact going to get the double hit ahead of time, which is probably how we want to do it, because this area will therefore be clear. At least until there are reinforcements, which there might be eventually. So that'll be a nice easy hit.
That was cool, was it not?
No issues here. And then Anna and Lucino we might want in this location so we can get her across next turn, so I think it's going to be Seed All coming over here instead. And we're going to go Dance and Jeanne. Quality time, and then we keep him out of dragon range because his HP is currently a little too low. We'll go heal on Chloe like that. Then we move Anna up here, which will then get her in position for a further attack to the left once we are past this little fire blockade. All Chris, we just move up here. I think it's likely that this enemy will hit the only thing it can hit, which is to come down to hit Citrin. We'll just have to deal with it. Going to hit pretty hard, even with the low hit chance. Alright, he's going to have no trouble. I may be miscalculated here, though, because she's going to have 3 attackers ganging up on her. Yeah, this is a problem. Okay, we messed up.
I must withdraw from fighting.
Okay, I didn't watch the movement towards her because I had not at that point calculated that the fire only obstructs 3 movement points. So we need to rethink this turn. Let's go back. And also I didn't think about how she would kill absolutely everything that comes her way, and would therefore have to suffer 3 separate attackers rather than, say, just 1. The top side is basically correct, though. But anyway, we're going to reset out of this to get Ivy alive again. So the fire position there was wrong. And we had Hawkers basically sitting around doing nothing. So the main thing to correct is the miscalculation we had against our first boss with Roy there, where we forgot that he needed the extra attack to tap him down. Which means I basically wasted 1 move by moving my avatar into position without actually using it. So we're going to go back and rescue Ivy. Unfortunate mistake. Very simple mistake this early on. And yeah, that's all the way over here with Ivy getting nuked. And so we are going to go all the way back to all the way back to the beginning of that phase, in fact, because that was one of the first moves I had. That's okay. The top side was great though, so we'll do that the same way. Unless, of course, it turns out we need Chloe to do something down here, so let's not commit to that yet, because that might be something necessary. But same idea up here, then. Because if we need Chloe to do a 10 range attack to give me a little bonus damage against somebody, we'll need to accommodate that. But this stuff up here we can repeat, and we're doing it first so in the event of another reset on the lower cluster we can do that without having to repeat as much. Same idea down here. Flashing Fist.
I need to be more diligent.
Yeah, given that this is within range, in fact, with a 33 attack. Well, we'll deal with that. But first, let's go down here and rethink this. Understanding now that everything's going to hit pretty hard. So we basically need 4 attacks in against Marnie and Roy. And yeah, this position down here will not work. But actually, this position was where we lost Ivy. So Ivy just needs to go up top, actually, because then this will be obstructed. That's the only adjustment we need to make, in fact. Everything else was fine. She will get hit from up here, potentially, but that's the only thing that will hit. And she's out of the way of the fire down here, and nobody else is going to be able to traverse. We want her on fire because nobody else can do that. So, and we will this time not use my avatar in advance, because we might even be able to use Byleth's power and just push through even further. Same kind of kill order then. Yeah, very unfortunate mistake. Very costly if this were classic Fire Emblem. But in fact, even if we come over here, we would potentially be able to do no damage whatsoever. So, let's go for approximately the same thing. Citrin tapped us down, Pandreo taps us down. Main thing to watch out for is we cannot let that be within range. So yeah, we need to go for the same idea, I think. We'll save Byleth's power, I think. We don't want to burn everything too early. And same idea here, followed by pulling my tank out of the fire. Okay, we'll do hammer again. Oh. We're not at... Oh, we haven't done the 20% thing successfully. That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. Let's see if we can... Yeah, because we didn't have the adjacency buff that time. And so we're actually just slightly off what we need, because 20%, 14 by 5. Let's see, what is it? 60? Yeah, no, we're 1 point off of that 20% that we needed, so that was another miscalculation. But we need to kill him, so... Maybe we do just pop the Byleth power and get everybody up front. Because once again, 39 magic attack, 21. Does Shine ever double up though? Yes. Nosferatu could also hit for 41, which is a problem. Yeah, we cannot have anyone stand there. What we could potentially do is put my dragon up here, and then we would have a 39 attack coming in. And that would just be to one attacker, because then the idea is that we would then go something like Javelin here instead, and just stand on the fire. Or it's not Javelin, I keep calling it Javelin, but it's a spear. And then we would need to tap for 1 damage somehow, so we would need to use Armor Slayer. The main issue is if Armor Slayer gets some kills, we would have the same issue with multiple attackers coming in and killing. But we'll just need to trust our avoidance for that, I suppose. And hopefully attackers get stuck. Do I have a ranged attack on this guy? No. Or we could just use Byleth's power and push as hard as possible into this. Like go Javelin here, come in here, activate 3, and just push. With physical and magical attackers coming in, I don't think that's likely. I think we have to do it this way. That's why we needed Chloe available, interestingly enough. Just in case of nonsense like this. Also, Movier and Kaya, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This would be the spot. At least a range. Can't quite do anything with that yet. Let's... Yeah, we have to do it this way. This was such a minor mistake, too. Just foregoing the adjacency buff from last turn did all the damage. Also, potentially, if the units are too far clogged over here, then Movier Micaiah can only hit here with... can they actually hit the fire spot I'm standing on right now? I don't think so. Let's turn off this guy first. They can't, but I will be taking 10 damage here, which I can do and survive, but it would probably be better to go spear. But then, yeah, at least I prevent multiple attackers from coming in. Let's see. Let's see. We've totally messed this up. Yeah, we go Armor Slayer as the final attack. We can't do it as this attack. But using Byleth would activate 3 units. And then allow me to push further. And then potentially have a magic unit up front. We might be able to do something interesting here. By interesting, I mean... well, we gotta spear this. It has to be to move either way, regardless of what we do. So we can use Byleth's power over here. That would be a little risky because we'd need to figure out what to do with the top position here. Whether to risk Shine coming in and doing its damage. It would give me a lot of latitude to just push ahead and kill everything in sight with thunder or what have you. And potentially getting an attacker up here as well to take on a corrupted worm if I fly Ivy up there to do a bit of a dual attack there. That might be interesting. That might be very interesting, in fact. Okay, let's try something. And Alchris is... even with... yeah, Alchris just doesn't do a thing there. He's very much worthless. So we can do the safe thing and hit with Armor Slayer. Do the slightly riskier thing, given that we have some refresh points over here pretty soon anyway. And go Byleth against all 3. And just bust this down as fast as possible. Let's do the fancy thing. Let's do the fancy thing. It's more fun.
Lend me your strength.
Okay, Goddess Dance.
Let the lesson begin.
What's the point of Fire Emblem if you're not going to let yourself go at least a little bit crazy? In fact, we can probably take up enough units here that if we just take out some of these attackers, then potentially, yeah, that's the problem, is this spear guy. Well, let's take a look first of all. What if we took this over here? Boganon actually hits that really hard. Enough to take it down to 14, which means that you can get in there and finish up with Chloe. Which means we can actually take that out this turn. Because the Killer Lance would do the job. Which means that you go over here like this. Elwind is not as effective. Yeah, 14, okay. She'll take a hit, but she'll live and nothing's going to hit her in return, so... So we have a pretty spectacular attacking turn here. Gotta make sure bow isn't going to hit, of course. And a physical attack from the shield guy is not a concern at all. So she'll get first strike against this.
I'm ready to dig in.
Simple enough.
Speed Taker is going to do its thing. And either we refresh Anna or we refresh Jean. We refresh Jean, he can probably make it across to hit. Maybe not. Might have to see it all in the fire, unfortunately. Jean goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he's not going to hit the bow. Not quite. Which means we have to go with Anna instead. Anna can go over here and go bow versus bow even. And she would win that, but yeah, no, that's okay, we can do that. Go like this. Get over here. Hit. Would definitely kill, I'm pretty sure. But she would take a fair bit of damage in return. That's the main issue there. Whereas if she gets in a melee range, she can just kill him immediately. She can do melee range 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If she has 5 movements, that would require me to sit Seedall on the fire, though. And that's just 10 damage. I think that doesn't actually matter too much. So let's send Anna over here. Then put Seedall into fire. A great personal risk for him. We go Killer Axe over here. That's just going to very easily take it out.
Slashing more than presents. I'm pretty tough, you know.
In terms of incoming damage, that's better anyway, because Seedall is generally not going to be in a position where I'll let him take an attack. Anyway, Pandreo does not have lightning, so he's going to just have to hit here. Although he can always trade off lightning with Citrian if I really wanted him to. But the general sense here is that I should... Well, he's got 35 resistance, which means that he can potentially deal with Shine. Also, there's, yeah, Flame Lance, Shine, Nosferatu, everything's going to be magic attack, so we'll need to figure that out when we burn him down in a succeeding turn, so 62 damage. Yeah, we can do that. We can position Louis and Ike over here, but then, again, the risk is this guy coming in and wrecking him. Because you've got resistance 14, speed 15. Do we have a faster weapon? Speed 15 is as good as it's going to get, so that is unfortunate. We can't have Pandreo up front because he will kill absolutely everything. I think we basically just have to risk it. Or risk having one guy coming in here and fighting against Libération, which at least is not going to be killing anything because... Oh, that'll work, actually. And because if one guy just attacks into my avatar here, it'll do a ton of damage, but then it will also live, which means this position will be clogged up. So we can put Louis over here instead. And start going spear against some of these other guys. We'll see. Yeah, we gotta get the kill though. That's the short of it. A real alternative to that.
Weaklings.
We can also use the reposition ability, which I hadn't previously considered. We can also use the swap ability, which I hadn't previously considered. But of course, swap just runs into the same problem. Oh, you know what? We can swap Avatar into this position. That's the best way to do it, in fact. First of all, I put him back on Hammer. That is actually the best way to do it. You get over here, you swap. And then that means I'll be standing on fire, and that's okay. Because everybody will be safe. Perfect, look at that. That's exactly what we want. Let's hope we calculated that accurate. Whoa, okay, that's a little scary. Should have looked at that properly. Did I not do my range check properly? How did I not see that coming? Oh, probably because the fire got put out. Yeah, that's it. That's the thing I missed with... What's her name previously, too, with Ivy. And I didn't think about the fire going away that soon. Because it's the fire from Roy's ability, I guess it's only up for one turn. So... Anyway, we'll take out all the attackers going in. That works, except... Okay, good, he didn't get speared. Alright, this will get a little bit rough, but we have the two flyers who can come in here and add some extra support with thunder attacks and so on, so we may be okay. It'll be a little bit rough. We'll probably have to use the Astra this turn. But we'll figure that out. Okay, so these guys are totally out of position up here. Nothing to do with them except maybe refresh any powers we've used, which are none. And we'll just get them healed up and back in position. Now we can also do that 1-2 combo against a dragon if need be, but no, probably not a good idea until we pull them out. We'll want to take out Movir Micaiah this turn, so let's think about our range here. Yeah, okay. We don't really have enough attackers to deal with this whole cluster. That's the main issue I'm concerned about. We're not using a hammer. If we use Great Lance, that doesn't do quite as much as I'd hope. Also, Shine isn't going to do too badly here. 28 damage incoming. That's could be worse. Speed is the issue. 21 speed. Go double speed here and go... oh, you know what? The fist weapon we'll use to lower... no. Neither of these are very good. So yeah, you can actually take a surprising amount of damage against the Shine then. So maybe we should just hold position here and tank this and get everything we can. Now, the thing I want to know is Astra. How hard are you going to hit?
It's just like my fairy tales.
It is just like a fairy tale. Let's take a look. Also, calling doubles here may be a very good idea. It's going to do 25. Not a whole lot, really. Yeah, magic defense is going to be a bit too good on her. I think we take out a cluster, set up a wall. I think setting up the wall using Chloe is probably a good idea if we can manage it somehow, but... only 6... 10... Yeah, we can probably take out a bunch of magic users using Hellfire, L-Surge, and the like. So we know that the mages can all one-shot these guys. Maybe we just do an additional one-shot. If we know that Shine, Nosferatu, Flame Lance are not going to do enough against me here, then we might be okay. It's just that chances are he's going to run around. That's okay if we just have the really high resistance units up front. We're fine. Which means we will hit everybody we can using whichever attacks are available. So yeah, we'll just hit. And she is a little fragile back there. We have to watch her. We'll just try to kill everything. Because Citrin can take out one as well. Defensively, these are all pretty much equivalent. The main one that we do want to worry about a little bit is the spear, because it can fight back. And it fights back quite well, in fact. Probably means we use a melee attacker against it. Also, we go spear. Doesn't do a lot of damage, that's the main issue. Yeah, that's okay. We'll stay on defense 40 and that will be fine. For the most part. Let's see what we can do here. Armor Slayer, no. Fist weapon is okay. You'd need a little bit of additional damage on that, probably.
I'll do my best.
From my bow, who's actually going to do something useful here, potentially. Yeah, we basically need to have them team up. Maybe have Pendreo here. Right, because he'll get 2 attacks down. Oh, I actually did put Alacrity on him, didn't I? Yeah, okay. Then that's an easy choice. We'll do that.
May all find salvation.
And yeah, we'll need to obstruct the riders somehow, because we don't want the riders just running into whoever they like and killing. I also notice that this jewel over here does not go very favorably. It does a ton of damage, in fact. And that does not quite go either. Just short of what I need, in fact. It's at 13. Yeah, and actually the spear can potentially hit quite badly, so... we need to get Chloe down here and Astra somebody. That's the short of it. She needs to get somebody here. She can take out any of these in one shot, which is good. I think we may in fact take out the spear with this. And we'll leave the boss alive on the assumption that it's not going to kill anybody, but it might actually kill Alchrist. Speed 19, okay, he's got resistance 9. The magic attack is going to be a problem because it's going to max out at 42. 42 over 9 is going to be 31. Okay, that's an issue. Yeah, because I think potentially he dies. Oh no, he's still got movement. We can pull him back. We can just pull him out of danger. But then we need to worry about Ivy. No, we don't, because she's got fantastic resilience. Okay, no, we're fine. We take out a spear with the Astra. Then we can even just take out 2 units, and then we need to block off the cavalry, but that notwithstanding, I think we're potentially okay. The only issue being that we are off by 1 damage on this guy, which means that we need this one here. No. Doesn't quite get to kill either. Okay. But if we combine with Alchrist, then we can do it. So positionally, this will be a little bit tricky. We can even go longbow down here. That'll do 14, and that will have the benefit of being very hard to hit because the avoidance is going to be off the charts once he gets in here. We have 100 avoidance, maybe that'll be useful. Let's see, because we can take out the enemy of our choice using Lyn. We have both these guys engaged already. We can take out pretty much the enemy of our choice using Ike, who can go down here, but then if he goes down here, we need to block off. And then we need to deal with this Silver Lance over here. Without opening up a passage. So the question is, can I actually kill this using Javelin or, rather, Spear? Not really, but what I can do is, yeah, we need to figure out how the defensive wall is going to work, basically. Especially because we need 2 attackers in to kill one of these soldiers. Which means we need to find some kind of defensive line that's going to work. Because we're looking at potentially at Louis over here. And then this guy can just run around up top. And the main person that we're concerned about him hitting is actually Alchrist, because he will kill Alchrist within 2 range. And with 6 movement, can run around quite a bit. Now, if we have Avatar Byleth over here, we basically need to figure out where to place Avatar plus Byleth. Or just put Alchrist down here and hope he dodges, which is a little bit too RNG dependent to be comfortable, I think. Or we just leave one of these guys alive and hope they don't come in close enough, but I don't quite like that. I think we do need to take out both. Otherwise the physical attackers are going to be an issue. Yeah, because it's going to be Louis takes out 1. Really too bad about this 1 single damage point. This is incredibly awkward. I mean, I guess we could always get a crit off of one of these. Yeah, because you hit. And you hit. How far off are we with the spear? Let's take a look. 8 damage off, so not enough to do anything with an adjacency buff. Longbow doesn't do much. Steelbow actually does plenty. I should have put Silverbow on him for sure, but the more you know. Basically, we just need to make sure that this guy's not going to wind up within 2 range. Like, if we do this, we need to do 28 against him, which we can. I mean, that by itself does 36. That doesn't quite go as well as I'd hope. We might need to leave 2 alive, unfortunately. But if we leave 2 alive in a way that... Yeah, because then we just pull back Algrist and then hopefully restrict one of these guys in terms of range. 32 attack against any of these. I think I can sustain that. Mostly. 32 attack would do 14 against her. That would be a problem. That would be a problem. That Ivy is that far down. We need to block off Ivy for sure. So we need to set up some kind of defensive wall up here then. And definitely take out the spear, I would say. So for example, you would attack something like Silver Great Lance over here. Anything else going to kill? Not really. And then this runs how far? 6 movement points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As long as this location is blocked, then we're okay. So maybe Louis comes down here. Hits. Run this guy out. Run this guy out. Possibly even down here. And then we might be okay because we'll take out a spear. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it's going to be melee range only. So we'd be a little concerned about Andreo maybe, except... No, I think he's going to be okay. Alright, I think we have to move. Well, it's going to be like this. This position.
My apologies.
Should have moved the top units first so we don't need to deal with them in the case of an emergency reset. What does Raph do again? Ah, okay. We actually have a pretty good crit increase then. Okay. Then next. Oh yeah, because Chloe's a little weak now, we need to account for that and not get in too close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, yeah, we'll pull her over here. Oh, you know what? Her call doubles is still available. We should have considered that. Because she can come here and then basically create an additional defensive line. But the problem with that is that you wouldn't be taking out the spear, and the spear would be able to hit. So, no, we're going to stick to the plan. Mr. Storm. And going to take this guy out. Spear's gotta go.
Now I have you.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, we need to pull way out. I'm able to pull back quite a bit, in fact, and pull everybody to safety. Problem is... And yeah, so we need to think about whether 2 attacks into any of these will cause problems. Silverlands will do nothing against this guy. We know he's going to survive. Shine. Shine does 39. And against Andreo, who is possible to hit twice, he would do 6. And the 32 here would do 20, so he's going to be fine. The next thing that we need to account for is any kind of single attack. So 39, for instance, against her is going to do 15. Yeah, that's fine. She'll live. So we should be okay as long as we pull back to appropriate locations. So this guy's still out of range of anything useful. This one can hit anything, but we will pull way out. I'll even do a bit of a spot heal. And let's do some healing up with Jean when we can. First of all, Legato and down here. Also, who else is quality time here? Let's take a look. Yeah, that's okay. We'll go Seedall in the reverse position. Okay. Basically, Legato. Yeah, Seedall can go here and just continue to move anybody up. No, this is probably better. Let's go with this. And we'll just heal everybody up a little bit at a time. Then, hey, you know what? Shove works even better. Because then, we can dance him out of there and get him out of the fire. And start moving him in to join our frontliners. Great, let's see if this works. It should.
I will stop at nothing to bring.
Okay, perfectly fine. A little bit scary, but also fine. Okay. Pretty high defense on this guy. This is the thing that we have to worry about. But we have enough attackers at this point that we can really afford to mob him, potentially. Also, I'm a little stuck on this side now. That's okay. That's okay. And then... yeah, the lances are not going to do much here, even with crit. It's going to be a little difficult to attack into. However, the debuff off of Ivy's attack might be good. Also, yeah, we want to use magic attackers against this initially, just to knock them down. I have to account for the Nosferatu. That because of that self-healing, we won't do as much as we think. I think the idea was that we needed to bait this guy into using the staff to do a miracle heal and go down to 1. But feeling that, and yeah, Chloe's in a bit of a rough spot here, but potentially calling doubles will be the idea. Also, doing tons of damage with a bow will be the idea if she's used as the finisher. She would need to be used as the finisher for 30 damage. So let's calculate this. This guy will not do much. Seems rather natural that Alchris is going to be the one to take out this one over here, since he's not going to be too effective otherwise. But let's take a look at that physical damage that he can do up here. It's nothing consequential, so it's got to be him here.
I'll apologize later.
Also, that fortified staff in the convoy is looking pretty good right now. But we'll deal with it as we go. I'll surge. Yeah, we need to basically box him in. Box him in with attackers that can actually withstand him. I think that's the idea. We just need to do a surround. And if we do a surround, we do have to heal up. And that's okay, we can use Pendreo for that. But we must absolutely heal up. Or we will have problems. With 50 incoming damage from Nosferatu. That is rather more thrilling than I expected. How did I not see that speed earlier? Was there some kind of speed change or debuff that I didn't see happening? Probably that the Nosferatu switch didn't happen in the first place previously. What happened with the speed here? What am I in that much trouble? Anyway, yeah, no, we'll definitely heal up, and we'll probably just block everything. We could use Chloe to block as well, except we don't want her to get into trouble from... Yeah. See what I'm going to do here. Oh, also, using Dragonbane to do a heal for the whole group is probably going to be useful. Because, yeah, she'll take 17 from the Nosferatu. Flame Lance is the only thing that's going to be even worse for me there, but I should be able to take it. Let's do type effectiveness. Hang on. No type effectiveness. Good, good. So we can do something like L-Surge. It's a good choice, actually, because she will not take much of a hit. And we can do a big Dragonbane heal of some sort. And particularly, if I go down here with the kill shot off one bar, 30. Yeah. Okay, might be able to do this. Let's take a look. We'll definitely need a Dragonbane in there. We'll... Okay, no, that's definitely her position. We'll do that. No crit incoming as well, so... She's in okay shape. Ivy could be in better shape. We can't have something slow like Thoron, obviously. We can't let her get doubled. I see why Louis is taking so much damage now, because he's no longer engaged with Ike. Now, if we're using the Dragonbane heal, though, then we don't need Pendreo to be
no problem.
The one on heals, necessarily. And he can actually take a fair bit of punishment. Let's take a look at Dragonbane to see... how good it is. Yeah, it's going to do quite a lot for me, in fact. So I think it is definitely going to be... If we take a look at the speed here, we'll switch her over. And if Pandreo can survive 2 rounds, can he? Maybe. Because we have to account for the fact that there could be a weapon switch. Then, yeah, we actually just dropped Dragonbane over here. I want to get him down to 30, though. I don't think we'll be able to this turn. Not without something that I can't afford to do. Okay. Yeah, we'll do it like this. Dragonbane. And we'll pull some units back and just go for a trap. Wasn't he able to heal himself? Or... I thought he has self-heal power. Maybe I'm thinking of a different class. Self-healing. He can target a self-healing state. Well, why can't he then? Stab. Oh yeah, because you just use stab, and then you can do self-target. But anyway, if Chloe stands here... Not quite. Let's run into some trouble. But now you can move over here and you're going to be fine. However, we can also do instruct. And then if I do that, plus the adjacency, then actually that gets to kill. That gets to kill somewhat comfortably without running into problems with Nosferatu. The problem is whether she gets attacked into next turn, but then the heal from Dragonbane should do it. And this will preempt the Nosferatu as well. So we can do it. We can do it.
Simple enough.
Yeah, because between the adjacency buff and the instruct buff, we're actually in pretty good shape. Okay, in that case, now we block the back with Pandreo. We need to figure out whether we need to drop a heal somewhere as Pandreo. I think we might need to. We're going to pull the Great Lance out of the way because I don't want to mess with it. Yeah, I guess we could do a distance heal of some sort on somebody. So I don't know exactly how much. This is going to do 10. The healing tiles here. 10 is okay. It is probably going to be a close call with Chloe and Lynn, which tells me that I should heal them. Just drop Physic there, just in case. And, yeah, along with a healing tile, that'll top them off. Okay, now we pull Louis out by 1. And no need to use reposition, obviously. We'll just do that. Might as well switch to Great Lance in case we want it next turn. We'll wait. So potentially this could hit for 42, speed 43 on her. That's absolutely crazy. But at this point, I think our magic resistance is good enough on everybody here that we're okay. Potentially you have 15 damage against Ivy from the Flame Lance, but she looks okay. She could get hit pretty hard. 41 minus 18, that's going to be 23. Yeah, I'm glad I healed her up. Anyway, let's see what we can do up here. We can draw this guy in with a Fire Breath. Fire Breath is going to completely ignore defense, so it really doesn't matter who I have stand there. Possibly want to prioritize avoidance. In fact, let's run Marin over. Seadoll can continue. Jean can also do another heal. He's starting to run out of heals, starting to run a little bit low. But we may as well top everybody off while we can. We'll try to get Marin up front. Yeah, I think the idea will be to bait this with somebody. If we put Fagato on the longbow, then we guarantee a counter against a 33 attack, but not against a 28 attack. That's okay. Yeah, we put him on a longbow then, and then he's going to be hit pretty hard, but then we'll be able to get in there and double up with Lucina somehow, so his avoidance isn't great, and the avoidance here might be better, but in any case we don't want to rely on that. Let's actually just put him on longbow. Oh yeah, that's going to do nothing actually. That's a bad idea. That'll literally just take damage. We might just need to prioritize avoidance and put Anna up front. Let's see. Yeah, and get her on a bow to maximize avoidance. Is there any kind of avoidance buff I can get here? Two or more female allies are within 2 spaces. No, that's not going to happen, unfortunately. Yeah, we'll just put Anna in there and we'll just heal her up immediately. Which means I need to leave some space to get that heal down. Let's get Killer Bow. Oh, also, let's range check these guys here. Yeah, we'll try to draw it out as far as possible. And we'll wait. We'll move Gato up here. Alright, let's see how we do. 22% hit, and it's going to hit anyway. Because that's what dragons do, apparently. Okay, survivable as expected. We pulled that whole group. Whoa, we pulled that whole group now. That's a lot. Feel a little bit unready for that, given that we still have most of our team down here. That's okay. We'll heal her up. The main issue here is if we just have everybody attacking into Enna. We'll deal with that in a moment. Potentially, we can also fly somebody up for some extra damage. Chloe, for instance, and Ivy are able to get up there by themselves, so we'll prioritize other attackers down here instead. Alchrist is going to do nothing. 6 damage and he dies to that. Not useful.
Understood.
A javelin here. We'll do 20 and then die. Not a bad idea. What were we even planning to use then? Oh yeah, okay. So Chloe can
I'm listening.
hit again and do quite well. In fact, if I buff up the whole party, then we might do even better. Now, Pandreo's not going to hit anything else from down here, so Pandreo should definitely attack. Yeah, we actually just want to buff everybody up and then instruct if we can. And then watch where we stand. If we just go like this, instruct all. And then some of them will get left out. Poor fellows. That's okay, we'll buff some of those guys up slightly. And maybe the speed will not be as much of a liability in some places. So that's going to do 8. We'll take her down to 40. I think we basically need Chloe to be one of the attackers here. Although the Silver Great Lance could do a great deal for me as well. Now we definitely need to take this guy out, so we'll leave that in place. So Trin's also not really going to do anything else beyond this point, so we'll... yeah, range doesn't matter too much here. Let's... Hellfire is going to do 16. That's fine. We just need to open up a little spot there and just do a bit of chip damage to prepare the next attack. That's a nice hit too. In fact, Louis should be able to do this. The reason we want to use him, of course, is that... Ooh, look at that. That's scary. Yeah, Silver Lance 100%. We'll do it this way. The reason why we want to use him this way, of course, is so we free up the aerial attackers to go up, and Pandreo to also drop a heal on Ivy, so...
Alas. What more?
Not much more, unfortunately. We find ourselves asking the same question from time to time. Anyway, let's drop a heal over here on Ivy and Corin. They'll get up here, they'll start attacking in, and then we should be able to clear most of this group and get the party up in position in time to meet the next enemy relatively quickly, even though a lot of these units are straggling quite far behind. Yeah, so we're going to go mend under here. I mean, somebody is going to have to take some punishment, so we can always get into the woods here, except she doesn't benefit from the woods, so that's probably not beneficial. 24% incoming on that, though. Maybe that'll be fine. A killer bow is a little bit dependent on the crit. Don't want to do that. Yeah, I think she'll probably get in there and just try to
I hear you.
nuke him. Then, yeah, that hits a lot harder. No. Ivy will be first, and then she'll have one turn left to drop some doubles, although they won't last very long. Yeah, we have to do it this way, and that's a miss, finally. But how many low percentage hits those guys have managed to land on me. It's welcome relief. And then Boganon over here will just land instantly.
First one's free!
Time for a chain attack. Okay, now we can probably take all three of these out. We need to be, of course, aware of everything coming in here. Hyacinth and Leaf are going to be weapon masters. Yeah, we need to get Chloe charged up as soon as possible with Astra again so we can do a long-range aerial attack against Zephyr and Sigurd, because the movement on Sigurd is actually one of the main things I'm still pretty concerned about at this stage. Jean and Erica can do plenty. Seedall's way out of position. Seedall can't do anything. But we can do Flashing Fist over here. It'll have to be. We can't hit anything else from where he's standing. Well, let's make sure we know where these guys are, though. Okay, they're way out of range. They're fine.
Come and get it!
I have to keep everyone safe.
We should be able to take out all three. You say Fagato, I say Fagato, I guess. Fagato. If he stands here, he's potentially going to get into some issues, but Radiant Bow very nearly kills. Nearly, unfortunately, isn't quite good enough. However... Oh yeah, he's actually going to be a little bit off here. That's okay, I think we just need to let him attack in. And... yeah, he's going to take a bit of punishment here, and the Flashing Fist stance, knocking him down to 21. You add 3, that's 24. Oh, he's not going to take too much damage. And this guy can't move very far, so that's something we should use to our advantage as we attempt to figure out what to do here. Levin's sword is not quite killing. However, we combine that. We should be okay. A slight problem here with Anna is that her defense is so low. We can't really get her within range. Heshkat has a massive crit on it. We can probably try to do that, and then potentially that'll just one-shot. It has a pretty decent chance of doing so, in fact, so let's try it out.
From me to you!
Now I'm mad.
So we get the crit and the chain attack.
Cool,
That
was it not?
works out pretty well. And then we can do longbow from here. Longbow... not do much, but at least it gets him to stay out of the fire and also gets him out of range of the spear, which is kind of important because if we did not do that, then how much damage would he take? If he's firing from longbow, he would basically take 16 potentially. So we're going to go down, maybe even support this. Let me see. Oh yeah, that's within range of something huge. Yeah, in fact, these squares, I have to remember, are within range of something big. Right? Or, wait, hang on. Can I rotate this so I can see? Yeah, okay, so... yeah, that's not somewhere we want to stand. Let's go here instead.
Come and get it!
Okay, Fagata should get his class ability. Right back at you. Extra damage when countering. Okay, so if we get attacked into, too bad. Now let's get him into this central position here. And bring Anna in a little closer. Not too much closer. And yeah, any of these should be able to sustain that level attack. 32, I mean, it's going to look bad, but it could be worse. So we'll bring him over here.
I'm pretty tough, you know.
Bring her over here. Great. Yeah, as expected. I guess that's the price of going for Peshkats, is that you don't get the counter on her. Okay, now we actually have to fight. Notice that the Wyvern is standing pretty far back. Standing? I guess floating rather far back. So let's see what we're dealing with here. Killer Axe. We don't want to mess with this too much. However, Jean in the shielding stance will do reasonably well. Jean in the shielding stance will actually do reasonably well against both of these enemies. Except speed 23, potentially... Let me see what his speed is looking like. Shielding art, speed 20. Okay. So we got speed 20 there. Then I'd be a little worried about the incoming Flashing Fist, except, of course, the shielding should be able to sustain it, so putting him in shielding stance here actually should mostly be fine, and then give me enough time to... no, we want to pull back here just to make sure we have enough space to work with. Oh, it even has the courtesy of telling you how much the quad hit will do in the top right. Yeah, I'm glad it actually tells you how much damage the abilities do. I feel like I probably failed to read that at some point with something like the Twin Strike on Erica's map, for instance. But yeah, it tells you that the abilities will actually not do too much against him. It's just that we don't have a heal on him yet. And we probably won't until Pandreo at least goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe put him in this position, put Jean in this position. Anybody who's trying to attack him will stand on fire. Or, yeah, that's not even in range. However, if Jean stands on fire and then Seedall comes in, then Seedall can double him up and then Jean can run. The problem is that Seedall would then be subject to attack in that position as well. We just have to see it, I think. Pretty high defense on this as well. Everything is not quite 1 range, this is 2 range. This is a double attack, yeah. No type effectiveness on this, but there is the type effectiveness on the rapier up here, so... This is going to be very much a matter of Jean just standing up front and taking hits. Which means Pandreo needs to get within range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If Jean stands here, which he can do if I get Seedall over here, kill this guy, refresh Jean to run him over here. Except that is... I just set him on fire. Let's see. No, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Refresh Jean to send him here. Or even here. So he can actually fight. I kind of like this. Then we just pull everybody else back, in fact, or have them run some alternate attack. Now, if we run John over here, do we want to have him support some other attacker? Yeah, Chloe and Lynn can, in fact, drop duplicates. And then that'll create an interesting situation, I guess. Where we need Master Lance over here. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. John stands here. Chloe can kind of pull back and drop duplicates to bait some attackers. Also, if he's here, then movement will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely the move then. What would the engage do at this point? Yeah. Even though we don't have that many turns remaining, I think actually popping engage on him is not a bad idea. Because then you could do some things like the twin strike right away. But we'll see. Not even think about the rewarp staff. No, that's okay. We'll go down here. And this main thing is we just need to figure out how we're going to kill the spear over here. And
Is that a rare critter?
pretty good attacks over here, but not quite enough. In combination with something like a longbow, that would do it. In combination with thunder. But of course, then we would need to defend against this. And with thunder, that becomes a little tricky. Longbow, however, would do it. Then we just need to block that off somehow to not be subject to something like the Killer Axe. Well, that's what Chloe will before. We'll use her as a blocking piece. Because where's she standing? Over here, okay. Yeah, then we can use her as a blocker, so. In that case, let's do it like this. Longbow and spear. And then we go like this. We'll wait it out. And they'll dance. Yeah, part of the idea here is to get Pandreo to drop Physic, so we can get him completely topped off, but it's not absolutely necessary, it's just a bit of a little extra bit of safety. Because that would be the main reason to put Jean in this position, is to make sure we get the heal down. We don't really even need it, because we can go Pandreo here and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then John can just stand wherever he wants. In fact, that's how we're going to do it. And we'll even get a bit of an adjacency heal. Yeah, diffuse healer, there we go. Because then Jean can just stand up here.
I'll do my best.
And fight. And then Chloe is going to create a wall maybe here. Except, of course, the flames will destroy whatever's standing in this spot. So she can create like a wall of 4 over here. If we move Marin out of the way. Which we can do. I need to get him in shielding stance, though. He must be in shielding stance. And shielding stance will actually get the kill, which is interesting. That looks ideal, then.
Not enough. I need to be more diligent.
Okay, so yeah, Leaf can do anything he wants up there, which is a problem, which is why we will see what we can do. A truly mighty dark magic has a 26 with speed 17. Speed is not going to be an issue against Chloe, obviously, so it's just a matter of seeing 34 over 15. That does hit pretty hard. 34 over 15, that is going to be about 19 damage against her. Then the other two range ability here would be a 23. Yeah, she'll live, but be better. But I think that is going to be the way we do it. We get Marin out of here. We drop a wall of 4 over here. And then we've got a pretty solid defensive line from that point. So we'll pull her out. Yeah, we'll pull her out. Call doubles, they will last 1 turn. We've got a decent cluster over here. The problem is whether she gets targeted down by something else. I mean, the Rider's Bane is a bit of an issue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, it actually does get within range of her, so if you have 2 attackers coming in against her, that is potentially an issue, but worst case scenario, we can always rescue her out with Citrin. Strongly considering that, actually just kind of pulling her back out and letting the doubles do their job, but AI should hopefully refer to doubles anyway, we just don't want to rely on that very much. For some quality time. We'll get Hawkhurst over in the woods. So the question here is, you've got potentially 3 attackers against her. The issue is that 11 Sword would do 34, and speed, once again, is not a problem, but oh yeah, because the override would just kill everything at once. That is not good. If she just decides to come down here and do override to cut the whole stack, that does run me into a bit of trouble. Hard to say if it's going to happen, but so we need to do some healing anyway. Nope, not engaged. Let's go staff over here.
You got it.
So do we burn 1 rescue to pull Chloe out, or do we risk just leaving her? I am tempted to risk just leaving her, but Electro Dude, welcome. Yeah, she's currently not within range of anything, but override is a problem, because override will just cut down continuously. And if it cuts continuously, then she's going to be exposed. I think we need to pull her out. I mean, rescue staves, yeah, I don't want to use them, but it's just money. We probably need this little bit of safety here. Let's pull her out. Okay. That should be fine. Just to be extra cautious.
I remember nothing.
We currently don't know what's going to trigger movement on that unit. Yeah, that's exactly
You
think
thing.
you can defeat me and my knights?
Moves quite quickly.
Then by all means, try.
11 sword. Oh, it will hit pretty hard. And she's going to pull back after that with Canter. Luckily, low hit percentage in that.
Ah, a new toy. Can you defeat your old friend Marth?
Yeah, luckily not too much damage incoming for that as well, so. Problem is that I haven't had a chance to refresh some of the earlier engages. And now if we prioritize these targets and just take them all out, then we're fine, because that wins the mission. But I don't think we have enough damage, at least not up here, to actually do that, so... I think we'll just have to take advantage of the fact that Jean can take a lot of hits from all of these, and the main thing we have to worry about is whatever Zephyr and Sigurd can reach. And in fact, if we get some kind of really solid bow attack against her, we might be fine, but she does have reduction from type effectiveness, which may be an issue. Anyway, I say we kind of take out these targets at range from over here again. Yeah, nice thing about these attackers, though, is that Jean survives pretty much all of them.
I'll be careful.
But only into shielding stance, which is the issue. Well, anyway, if you have magic attack 34, speed 26, we need fast characters. Speed 26. Yeah, we basically need our speed demons over here too. Take out as much as we can. Seedall probably needs to stand way out of the way too, because he's likely to be pretty vulnerable. Tricky turn incoming. Yeah, we'll leave the fire in place because we want the fire to continue obstructing movement for the ground units. Because if we can trap the ground units over here, then if we kill these two over here and pull into the right side, then the only thing we need to deal with on the right is Zephyr coming in with massive magic damage. So if we do it that way, we leave Jean over here, he can tank this position. We might be fine. So, the idea will be to, first of all, get some kind of magic attack going. Like with Marin, for instance. 11 sword would not quite kill, unfortunately. That's a shame. Thoron doesn't quite do it. Organon will kill pretty easily. Okay, we can perhaps attempt that. Yeah, we just leave Jean over here and just maybe heal him with physic from a distance, and should be good. So as long as we have people who are minimum speed 22 within range, we should be able to survive. Which means we'll just do something like this. Longbow does nothing. Too strong. Yeah, her speed is pretty good too. And just go Hurricane Axe against that, except of course incoming damage is a little bit intense. Killer Axe potentially with a crit. Yeah, we just combine Marin with her, then I think we're... Oh, Hammer can do pretty well as well, okay. Now let's see what Marin does against this top attacker here, because... That'll be a physical attack. Weapon Sword does okay. But you can also put Pendreo up here and drop something. It is going to be tricky. But we will do it. Pendreo can one-shot this guy, but not the other guy. Obviously, we should prioritize the one-shot. It doesn't mean I'll be down to heal, though. I don't want to use Pendreo necessarily because we need him for the range heal. And so I can't quite rely on that. Ivy, however, can get the one-shot here. Or you can have Marin and Anna combined for this guy to just keep them out of range. Main problem with that is that Anna does not do well against this. Let's see about her speed. Need to change her speed. Yeah, putting her on bow is probably pretty good. Let's see. Axe would be better. 6 damage, though, actually does chip down. 12. Yeah, I should take so much punishment from some of these attacks. 34 magic, 34 magic. Yeah, that is rough. Oh, the nice thing about Pendreo is that Seedall, if he doubles up on Pendreo, then he's okay. The problem with Seedall, though, is that he might just also straight up die if we're not very careful with getting him out of position. Like, he actually has to pull way, way back. Or benefit from obstructing movement somehow, so we'll worry about that, but Seedall will need to be pulled out of position. In which case, we should go Marin over here. Sword that. Oh, you know what? The follow-up will take care of that.
You were a worthy opponent.
Why, thank you, follow-up attack. That solved a lot of issues. And Citrin probably shouldn't be messing around up here. Although at least she has resistance 30, so as long as she can stand a physical attack, she's actually okay. Basically, you would need to stand Jean in position or will block at this unit here. That's okay if you stand to the left. That might do it. Louis mostly just needs to be out of range of Veil because of the magic damage. Well, no, he just needs to be out of range of magic damage. We can't actually have him hanging around. Yeah, because he'll get hit so hard. He'll get hit for 40-something, probably. We need to pull back most of this army. Killer Axe here does 2 attacks. It's got a big crit coming in as well. That could do it. Unless we want to go bow. Bow is even better, in fact, because the crit will almost certainly land. And she'll stay out of range of some of these other units as well. Let's go bow with Anna. We might even be able to double her up with see it all out of position, and then yeah, we'll see. We need to protect them. Citrin. Let's see. Soldiers have quite a lot of movement available. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it actually goes quite far. And it also has a spear, which we need to be aware of. I also am warned here about something that will kill him. And yeah, override damage 33 from Zephyr. That is rough. 33, wow, that's a lot. One. Oh yeah, Marin potentially is in danger from override. Mortal danger, in fact. Might have to heal her up. Let's see. Or even just move her again. Or just drop a Dragon Vein to get everybody topped off. Let's see here. Well, anyway, resistance 6. We can definitely drop a magic attacker here. It's just that we don't have a good follow-up idea after that. Also, she's got 5 movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, actually, if I move Jeanne out of this position, that does free her up to move a little bit. And in a way that is potentially somewhat hazardous. There are only 2 range attack, though, is going to be magic. 34 against 24. I think I should be okay, though. Basically, we need to... well, let's release this for a moment. Let's see what kind of range we're working on for the magic attacks, because the problem is that Louis feels a little bit helpless right now as my usual main tank. I think we just need to pull back. Cluster up. Probably refresh some powers. In fact, if you pull back and refresh some powers, then I would be able to get Lilith to do the big stat buff the next turn. It's just that we pulled everything down so early. Might have been a big issue. Well, if override's the problem... Yeah, we can't really burn her down this turn. Let's see. That's interesting. Gets her down by 1. But you need to kill her twice, so that doesn't help too much unless I guess Seal in there as well. You can get Seal on there. It's like crazy. Main issue being that he's not going to live to tell the tale. But if you take out Veil, which it turns out I can do, especially if I do this. Yeah, it breaks her. It outright kills her. If I take her out, then what does that free up for me? It allows me to potentially have a little more movement going on. It might even allow me to get some bows down here. It would be a very aggressive way to play. but might potentially win it. So problem is that this is dependent on taking this guy out somehow, and we don't exactly have good solutions for this right now. These are not terribly vulnerable. In this location, also gets him out of the shielding stance, which is an issue. But it's good to know that the fist could potentially just one-shot her right out of the gate. I wonder if I should do that, in fact. Just that we don't have a good follow-up for that afterwards. But it does potentially reduce some of the issues that I have with this 11 sword coming in and wrecking everything. 34. Can I survive that, actually? 34 against 11 is going to be 23 and 23. So I would take basically, well, too much damage. But is there type effectiveness that's potentially an issue? No, there isn't. Because Rapier is the main issue with Louis. So actually, if I go for an immediate kill and veil, that potentially frees me up to send Louis up front and survive, because Louis will survive everything that's a physical attack here. Absolutely everything. You know what, we're going to try it. This is going to be so risky. And we're going to go engage on it as well. It's going to be incredibly risky. We just need to reduce the complexity slightly, and then sending up Louis will actually work, because there's just one magic attacker he needs to worry about, and it does not do enough to kill him. So let's commit. This might be a bad idea. I have not actually calculated this properly.
I have to keep everyone safe.
Usually I'm pretty meticulous about calculating the whole move, but here I guess I'm just kind of experimenting.
Hero King. Impressed by Father's power?
The emblem is going wild. This poses a...
Going wild? Does that change anything? Oh, I guess it has Mercurius on it now. I don't think her defensive stats really changed, though. Right, so... we bring Seedall over here. The problem mainly is that we also worry about Seedall dying, but then Citrin can also pull him out with a rescue in the worst case scenario, so... yeah, it's just that the movement is so crazy on the Wyvern up above. This is going to be potentially rough. But we're not doing Twin Strike, we're going to go with good old Flashing Fist. Because that will actually kill. And it'll kill very effectively. I may still want to block in this position, rather than coming up here. The main reason to get out here is to free up a location to hit Leaf from the side, but I don't think I can do much with that anyway. Yeah, then the idea would be to send Louis up. And do what I can with him. Again, I have way too many attackers coming in up top. Louis could also come up and swap in with Seedall and just kind of pull him out. I think Jean probably needs to stay in this position. I don't know that even if he vacated that location, I would be able to do anything useful there. Which means we'll go Flashing Fist.
No! It's not possible. How could this happen?
And yeah, I kind of expected I'd have to fight her again eventually. Dodge 20, yeah, that's a good idea given... Oh, dodge is only the anti-crit ability though, so maybe that's not that good. So yeah, his defense is not in great shape right now because with Flashing Fist he also takes the additional 5, so the defense is actually equivalent to 20 right now, which will still survive a lot of this stuff, especially with his speed, but it does feel a little bit risky. Yes, Seedall will survive Override. Marin will not survive Override. That's still a bit of a concern. I would need to block. Ideally, you see how much that does? That does nothing. Yeah, I feel like this turn will almost certainly be a reset. I've been messing around a little too much to actually win this properly. There are too many vulnerabilities that we're leaving open. Silver Lance here is going to do a nice and easy 18. Why does Great Lance allow some damage? No. Oh, I see, because it doesn't double. Wait, that leaves 6. Oh no, that leaves 12, okay. I was thinking that the adjacency bonus would be enough to deal with that. Yeah, no, we'll definitely need to take it out. One thing we should consider is that I do have a Radiant Bow. A Radiant Bow, oh, look at that, Radiant Bow will kill everything. That is wonderful. Radiant Bow, in fact, kills a lot of stuff. But particularly this. Which means that if I put Fagato here, he would actually still be defended. Which probably doesn't help because I would still need an extra tile of movement out of Louis to do anything. But if we kill this separately and then move Fagato elsewhere, let's take a look here. We can always do some kind of swap. If we have a unit here, move into that position after, for instance, an attack, and then swap my tank in there, then we're okay. That's an approach, for sure. And that would get the Killer Axe obstructed. Yeah, because we ultimately want Louis to end up in this position. And he can totally do it. Because then none of these guys can hit anything useful if we start taking them out one by one. The spear is, of course, an issue. We just need to obstruct the spear, though. I don't like that spear. Would have liked to kill a Radiant Bow. That doesn't look like it'll happen. Silver Bow, not quite either. Yeah, this guy we need to deal with somehow. This guy. And the fact that Override would kill Marin. That's something that we haven't dealt with. But that can be dealt with a heal, actually. A heal just gives her enough HP to work with. So maybe that's not too much of a problem. And then, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 movement potentially. I can get in there. So yeah, we'll have somebody swap into this position, which means somebody would need to get there in the first place, which means we will have to probably go Fugato here. Let me check this thoroughly. Override damage 33, that's yucky. But difficult to avoid. But if he's not clustered up with everybody, then Override is not too much of a problem. But he's going to be clustered up with everybody, so that... Yeah. Override in general, I'm expecting I was in trouble with. We might have to end up using the Obstruct Staff or something, too. Really do this properly, or even a Freeze Staff. Because everybody's just going to be clustered up so tightly. And he'll get hit. Because he's here. Ivy comes up here, hits. Louis swaps in. Maybe. And basically would the override take place here? No, because this guy's stuck here. So yeah, no, we'll do it from this position. We'll see. I feel like I'm not calculating this nearly
Glad we met.
as carefully as I should. Or usually would. Okay. I said I'd probably go Ivy, so we can one-shot that guy. Now let's make sure I've got the weapons I want up and running. Yeah, at least the engage ability isn't lit up for this guy. Override is definitely coming, though, I think. So let's see who's going to go where. Not going to be just a Trin, I think, even though it's tempting. I think we need Ivy here. On the side. And we'll do a swap.
For Lucia.
Yeah, actually that's just that adjacency heal, which is useful. This spear guy on the side, he worries me. But we basically switch Louis in here. Do I still put him on Great Lance? I think I do. Okay. So yeah, now Leaf can't hit too much. He can still go around and hit Ivy. That's a problem. Possibly we drop something like an Obstruct over there instead. Who's a staff user who's still available? We have Citrin, who does not have it. So basically, what's Seedall holding? He's holding Fracture, Heal, Freeze. We can attempt to trade a Freeze and freeze a unit. If we freeze a Spear, we might actually be okay. Because the spear is the issue. Override is obviously an issue, but there are ways to deal with stuff like this. Yeah, also nice hit chance on her. However, we need to look for type effectiveness against flyers or something, or dragons. Maybe I just go up here and hit here. That is obviously way too risky. If you go up here, I mean, she's going to be attacked like crazy, but the 18 attacker does nothing. We'll see. Very tempting. Because you pick him off. Let's assume that the AI plays greedy and tries to do an override attack right away. Won't do it against a cluster of 1. But the problem is that you potentially have this guy attacking in with the axe, and then 40% hit, it does 8, with the crit it does 8 by 3, it's going to be 24 on her. 24 and then 11 from the 30 attacker. I think we just kind of roll the dice on this and hope that her extremely high evasion actually gets me through. Because the killer axe isn't going to do as much here as I thought it would, because the physical attack on this unit is not actually that good. Without a good tight defensive cluster, and because this will also defend the units in the back line. We're gonna do it.
Hungry for more!
I'm sorry.
I generally get a sense that my entire strategy this turn is very ill-conceived, but we'll deal with it. Also, notice that Alchrist is within range of override and will also die if you're not careful. But we have enough heals to, well, basically heal. This guy is such a problem. 30 with a spear, and he can hit anybody here, really. Which is a huge issue. We need to freeze him. I actually don't see an alternative to freezing him. Because he does too much. Freeze or obstruct. One of the two. Do I have an obstruct staff available? Jean is holding one. Do I have one in the convoy? I need to be within 5 range, right? Or how much? What's the range on freeze? 6 range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just short. Just one short. That's a real shame. Just barely out of range. So yeah, the free staff thing will not happen here. Let's check convoy, because maybe we are able to trade into a staff that I can use. We can trade into an obstruct. I think if we drop an obstruct over here, then we block the spear from most attacks, except the spear would still be able to come down here. But basically we try to force the enemy into a position where dealing with the obstruction would also block off its own attacks. And this guy here, for instance, to prevent him from running around. So the current idea is to do an obstruct staff, probably using Citrin, and try to do something to block this guy. Free staff would have been better, but I don't think I have one. Oh, I really should have applied a Seraph Robe to somebody. Do extra HP. Yeah, so Pandreo is going to have to heal Marin, because Marin is actually at risk of being killed. Everybody else here, the problem is if there is incoming damage from the spear. The problem with the obstruct strategy is if the soldier pokes the obstruct anyway, and then the spear comes down here and hits somebody, we still have the same issue. Alternative is to take somebody defensive and just warp them into position to block. I don't think I have anybody who has defensive stats that are good enough to do that. Basically, we come over here. Block this. That may be the best we can do, just make it difficult to traverse. I just go obstruct over here. And force one unit to be wasted at least. Is there some alternative? Like, should we drop it here or here? I think it should be here. So I don't know how the AI will actually react to that. This guy will try to prioritize either attacking into one of these, which it won't because it can't hit any defense. Like, it'll hit one thing. This will run down. Don't like it. The free staff range here is the big issue. We can do some kind of sequential trade where we like ferry the free staff down and get into position to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like warp somebody into position. Which I can't quite do here. Oh, this is tricky. I think we just have to do it because I don't know how the AI is going to handle it, but it's the only out that I can see is to drop obstruct. Just either in the corner or down here to prevent ranged attacks. And even if you drop it here, you still have this whole problem with potentially Seedall getting hit. 21, and then the 30 would hit way too much. I think we're kind of stuck here. Alternative is you drop obstruct in this location. It's going to complete a trap over here. Or drop it here. Then you would need to have one unit poke in order to have some kind of double attack in this position. No, that doesn't work. Or we just rescue him out. Use rescue, pull Seed all out. Then the question is, does anybody else die? Because if you have 33 override, you do have a problem, which is the spear will still be able to hit Fagato. So what we can do potentially is... yeah, you'd still need one heal over here. So even if you popped a rescue on Seedall and pulled him out, I would still have this to deal with. So maybe I do regret putting Fagato here instead of in this position over here, because that would have not solved anything against the spear. I think we gotta go obstruct. What other staff do I have on her? Rescue and men. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Alternatively, we can't do a double rescue, but we can do a double obstruct. By having two staff users go obstruct, obstruct. The issue with this is that then I don't have a healer free to rescue Marin from the override. How do I wind up short on staves? This is the issue. Yeah, no, we have to just do a single obstruct, hope for the best. I think that's the only way to do it. Andreo can come over here, heal up. And then we drop one obstruct and just hope that it prevents any kills in the back line. But this scenario we still want to worry about, is that you have override followed by a hit from here with a spear. Freeze is such an issue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just one little space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One little space. Makes all the difference. And pull him back. What are the movement skills we have available here? Let's see. Wait. Do we have an adjacency heal from anybody here? Quality time. Quality time can get a partial heal here and here. So it increases support. That doesn't do enough. I can do damage prevention up here, potentially. That might be part of what I can do. Damage prevention here. In fact, obstruct over here. 30 attack down here. Still doesn't do nearly enough. I think, yeah, given the amount of time we're spending on this turn, I just need to move, because it's likely we'll have some kind of severe reset anyway and have to rethink all of it. Staff. Drop it like over here. How will we do it? Okay, why don't we do this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna stand at this position for the adjacency. I'm gonna go Convoy. Convoy is going to grab Obstruct. Wait. To Trin and comes over here. Oh yeah, we could have just done convoy automatically here. We'll trade it for the L Surge. We don't need L Surge right now, right this minute. We do potentially need the other ones. The thing about Obstruct is that it does mess with the enemy AI a little bit, in such a way that might make it productive. I think here is best because then it protects this whole back line. And I wonder if Obstruct would mess up the override targeting. No, you still got a healer up though. That doesn't change anything. This is going to be a disaster. He's got a vulnerary. So he would die to 22, but he wouldn't die to much else, so I think I'm actually okay. I don't know if this is going to work. This is going to be an interesting turn. Oh, that does not help. Yeah, no, that's a mess. I didn't even look at the 2 damage on that. We had to rescue him out. The whole plan was to rescue him out. And
I did.
Wow, look at that.
I could.
That did a lot more than it predicted.
Divine one.
Okay, that turn was a mess. We need to redo it. Redo the whole thing. Way too aggressive. We needed to pull back and defend, I think. We messed up that whole turn. That was... Okay, hang on. Let's take a look here. How did it do that much? 45 on the override? That was not what it predicted. Probably because it predicted it based on a different weapon, or... Oh, Rider's Bane. Yeah, no, because she's got the buff against mounts. Yeah, no, we need to redo it. Okay. It's going to be a long map just on this turn by itself. Yeah, because override killed Marin over here, and then we had... What was it? Yeah, what an embarrassment, just double kill on this stuff. Seedall just died over here. Let's redo the whole turn. Because, what do? We had Marin and Anna attack into... No, everybody's standing too close. Everybody's standing too close. We need to bait the override in a way that will actually be survivable. But we had so many enemies to deal with, though. We need to remain in a defensive stance. Let's just reverse the whole turn. We had Baron and a Jean. Attack. Everybody's standing too close. Disaster of a turn. Probably the worst one I've had all game. I mean, part of it is that we weren't calculating things meticulously, but... I've got to lock her down somehow. I might even do it a free staff right away. See you. Or we just do a full retreat. Because the override's too much. I mean, the whole point of that turn was to take out Veil immediately, right? With the attack from Jean. Because the idea being that if we take her out immediately, then we have a much freer hand to walk in and do everything else. I think maybe if we just change the configuration of the attackers I'm using, then that might still be doable, because then we just pull out from the right side. Maybe. Because these are going to be slow, these guys here. 4 movement, 6 movement, nah, that's fast. Yeah, what was even 2 attack over here? Yeah, Master Lance, okay. So yeah, having Seedall stand here was not good. So we could attempt a similar strategy. I mean, take him out. I really like the idea of taking out Vale and Mark immediately though, because they are otherwise going to cause so many problems. Let's say we prioritize that and just wrap the turn around that instead. And see what we can free up. Like if we can get Anna to do a big attack on this side, for instance, we just pull everybody away from the right side. And pull attackers out of this zone. Focus on the left instead. We might be able to do it. So we're going to stay with the kill Vale immediately strategy. But we need to do something with Seedall to get him out of position afterwards. So, possibly something like a swap.
Emblem, engage!
Yeah, I do want to take her out. Way too dangerous otherwise.
Worm, I need to be more diligent.
Spent like an hour on that turn only to have it completely fall apart.
Hero King. Impressed by...
The emblem is going. This poses a real...
Anyway. Let's take a look here. We are going to go with this because we haven't learned.
I'll do my best.
The positioning on a free staff is something that we'll keep in mind this time. Even though it's still going to be out of range here. And yeah, we'll keep John in this position. I think it makes sense.
The first one's free!
It's not possible. How could this...
Okay. Anna is not going to get nearly far enough to do any damage here. But we can take out the left side, and we need to worry about this movement 6 on this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But if we clear this zone, we might still be okay. Problem is his physical attack 32 against a flashing fist here. That will do quite a bit. Because the effective defense here is 20, that's going to do 12 against him. We might still need to deal with this. But we can't do it with Marin, basically, because Marin will get one shot. Marin has to actually completely pull out, and I think won't be able to participate this turn. Unless we block off anything. Like, we need some kind of staggered diagonal formation, basically, to prevent issues with Override taking out my whole squad. What do we do with this guy? Oh, that was the one we killed with a Radiant Bow, okay. Cavalry in general is going to die to Override, though, right? So it has the same problem here, where Override is a problem. Interestingly, one approach that we can take, if we want to force Jean to switch from Flashing Fist back to shielding, is to trade the Flashing Fist off of him and to force him to drop it. Anyway, this basically tells me that I need... Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Freeze staff could actually potentially do something here. Like if we can freeze Zephyr, which is unlikely because the bosses tend to have really good resistance against that kind of thing. Then we might be able to do something. And regardless, we don't want to use Citrin for that because Rescue will be unavailable to pull Seed all out. Yeah, we need to do some kind of crazy grid formation to prevent override from happening. Maybe even stand somebody onto fire to block things off. Radiant Bow once again will kill. But riders in general probably shouldn't be standing there. So maybe this whole strategy of attempting to kill Veil quickly may be bunk. It might just not work. But if we pull the cavalry out until we can trigger override, and still find some way to defend here, then maybe we can make it happen. So for example, if we go Citrin over here and hit, pull forces to the left, and we'd still need somebody to do the trading maneuver with Louis. But if we're not healing the cavalry, we free up somebody like Pandreo to use the rescue staff to pull Seedall. That may do it. So for example, we stand here.
Please forgive me.
Yeah, basically we're attacking here prematurely. Because the assumption at this point is that you still have tons of engage abilities available by standing on the refresh pause, but we didn't do that. Didn't spend the time to do any of that, so we may have to back up even further than this and avoid that event trigger, but Thoron does that. This will do that. Spear will try to fight back, yeah. And that's okay. Basically, yeah, again, staggered formation potentially helps. Like if you have the bow over here, no, you need to block like crazy. But then, basically, who stands here then? We previously had Ivy hit from here. Stand there. Might still do the same thing. Can't be someone like Marin. Might still go for a similar formation, actually. We might also just die to the same problem we had before. The main thing we're changing is pulling cavalry out and also abandoning the right side for now. Which runs into potential issues with people trying to hit Jean in this position, particularly because Jean is standing on fire, which I completely forgot about. Oh, so that's why we wanted him to get out of there. Okay. We can, however, try to go Killer Bow here. Takes out that rider. It does run into issues with ganging up on Anna over here, though, which is still not great. In general, the riders are just in big trouble. We do need a staff user available to pull Seedall out. We will do the swap thing here, though. Yeah, because I feel like some kind of triple team-up attack on Jean here is going to cause issues. Maybe, maybe not. Because his resilience is pretty good. Yeah, I guess the calculation for Override was based on the 11 sword. It was not... Oh no, but... Override is sword and lance only. Yeah, because you actually can't trust the override calculation at all, because got 9 damage there. It is based, I think, on your currently held weapon, which is not going to be the case afterwards. So yeah, we shouldn't have trusted that information in the first place. That was not good. Cavalry basically has to pull out Killer Lance here can probably still work. Close the box on that. I think this probably still works. We'll see what I die to.
Simple enough.
And yeah, these guys who are all about to die, they've got to pull out. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's fine. The main issue with this guy is just killing Jean here. I think Jean can actually withstand that. Depending. Rider's Bane does hit a little bit hard here. And also because he takes 10 from the fire, that's an issue. Oh, here's something I didn't consider. Using Corrin's Engage ability, which was available, by the way, to freeze units in place and check their movement. We actually should have done that. Because that ability... Yeah, I didn't use Corrin's ability, that's the issue. That Dreadful Aura would have fixed a lot of stuff. It would have fixed a lot of stuff, in fact. But we're so fixated on this swap move over here, I didn't see it. Anyway, if we fail again on this turn, that's the way we'll do it. We'll use Corrin's ability next time, too. Two things. Also, the other thing that we can do is use Anna's ability to do a general protection on everyone here on the first attack. Because she's able to do that with the Bonded Shield. Because if we're not using her on the attack, then the Bonded Shield is actually a much better way to apply her to this sort of situation. I can even solve my problem with Seedall or with anybody else over here on this end. It won't be in position to solve what's going on with Jean, but that might not be an issue if the AI is baited into attacking enemies that it can't kill. So you might even want to go Anna and Lucina Bonded Shield over here, just to defend these two. You still have some issues over here. Still can't really use Vigato over there. Or you do rescue staff over here and get Anna and Lucida in this position, the bonded shield. But the problem is that she'll be attacked pretty heavily on that side too. Now, bonded shield might actually solve this, because then you free up Pandreo to do something interesting rather than sit here and babysit Seedall with a rescue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It does run into trouble with Anna still getting hit though. Should have thought about using Marin with a shove, actually. Yeah. Tricky. Because what if Pandreo goes to the convoy and grabs a freeze staff, and he goes 6 range? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Also, if you're concerned about this guy coming in, then you just block it off with something else. Yeah, because if Pandreo's coming over here, and you can grab... You can't grab to freeze, he's not within range. But he can grab a staff off of the convoy. It can be an obstruct, it can be something else. In fact, this location might be good for that. So yeah, okay, we'll go Anna, Lucina, Bondage Shield over here. We'll go Pandreo with a Convoy Obstruct over here. A little worried about getting hit down to here. That's the only thing. We'll try it. What weapon do I want on her? Killer bow is good, yeah. Maybe, because sword potentially attacks into her. Sword would break axe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay. Now we'll just stay on bow. Maybe she'll evade it.
Emblem, engage!
Okay, 80% prevention is not good, but it does raise some possibilities. Then we'll stand back here so we're not all caught up in the same obstruction cluster. Here, and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Obstruct there. The problem is that it's still possible for Seedall to be hit from 2 sides, but at least this potentially mitigates the override placement. Go over here with Convoy. Yeah, if this fails, I should actually consider some kind of warp-based play as well. Obstruct. Go here. So we can drop this on top, or we can drop this over here to prevent that massive override string, which I think is probably better. And there are still ways that this will be a problem, though. Let's try it here. I don't know, would we try it here? No, here. We'll see, because I don't quite know how the obstruct logic works with override. Whether override, for instance, would still be able to just push right through the pillar, which is possible. Anyway, we'll go down here. And look at that, he's now in a safe spot. Because obstruct actually does... Ah, yeah, because this is impassable, so obstruct actually does do some wonders here, because you can't actually fly over this spot, which I didn't realize. Since the flying unit can't go over by itself, this does cause a bit of delay, which will be useful. Alchris will just stand here and use a vulnerary. Let's see what happens. Might be a problem. Prevents the doubling, at least. Oh, yeah. Okay, got it. That was yucky. Okay, that was not bad. Pulling the riders out of range actually made a huge difference. That may have solved it. Way too much uncertainty there for comfort, but I cannot believe that worked. I cannot believe that worked. Wow. Okay, now we just go over to kills this turn. Has to happen this turn. We gotta prioritize the bosses, obviously, because that will win the mission objective. And so, Jean and Erica have the benefit of being able to just burn things down immediately with their power. We can obviously prioritize bows against Zephia and Sigurd, although they do have the 11 sword that is going to be hitting at 2 range, which is potentially an issue. Is potentially a big issue, in fact, even with that 31% hit, that still worries me. 16, yeah, the hit rate is not good. Anna should actually be the one to come down here and fight, because of the killer bow. And Parthia, for that matter. Parthia does plenty. Maybe not enough to take her down completely, but I actually think that if we're able to get a good matchup here with Ivy and Corrin, the main issue being the speed here, that having Corrin's power disable her movement for a turn is going to make a big difference. The issue, of course, is that Corrin is going to be doing something over 18 damage. It's going to be 30 over 18, that's going to be 12 and 12. So we'll have to heal her up if we don't get to kill this turn. And if we don't get to kill this turn, we also need to make sure we remove all of those guys. But Anna in this position is good, potentially. We should focus down Leaf, though. Twin Strike is okay, just 33. That's a lot better. And using Seedall and then 2 other attackers to get the finisher, I should actually be able to destroy this guy. And then we can get Fogado back in the mix to take out the rest. The Fogado potentially can go in here to attack. Okay. That's important. I think we should, in that case, actually disable her movement immediately. Which means engage.
Emblem, engage.
Let's see. Rest 30 is not good, but defensively, they're all going to be rough. And the whole idea is that I want to freeze her because that's the only way to play against Sigurd, really. None of this is really going to be that good. We'll do El Surge because that will have the best chance of actually hitting. Yeah, it has to be. I mean, we're going to take a huge hit from that. We just need to heal up out of it. There's no way around it. That's okay, it should freeze her. Okay, good. That's what we want. And we'll need to heal up, of course, if we can't actually defeat her this turn. It also drops her stats substantially, which is good, because it means that Anna may be able to kill her outright. Which is what we want. And look at that, lots of weapon choices here. Killer Bow is probably going to be the best here because it does maximize the chance that I'll just burn her down immediately. And if it doesn't, then it doesn't. We can finish off with somebody else. Yeah, Marin and Fogado can take out these two if needed. Fogado can also make an attempt over here. Let's see how that goes. Not well, but at 16 at a reasonable hit rate. Okay. Yeah, but we're definitely going to use Jean here, substantially. Where's my avatar? Need to get some adjacency bonuses in here. In fact, if I park here... No, not here. If I park here, then we can get some ranged attackers in to do a little extra damage. Artia doesn't do enough. Oops. Just a little bit better. Yeah, but if we're doing range attacks anyway, then yeah, actually we should stand here. Not like that, obviously, but... Okay, we combine that with an attack from somebody else. That might work.
Where you lead, I follow.
Or if we just stand there. With damage. I don't know. I don't like that. Also, what about the dagger? Okay. Not great. Let's see where I can maximize my attacks. If I stand here, basically, then everybody next to me will do okay. The problem mainly is that we don't trust this 17% from the enemy. I'll probably die to that, in fact, unless I heal up first. Anyway, let's work on this side then. If we're going to be using my avatar down there, then we know that we're going to do something else up here. Which means we're going to just chain in this way. Okay. Glowing Lin with a killer axe. Still not quite enough. Blue and Ike. What happens if they go spear against it? That's actually not bad, except the hit rate's a bit low. Silver Lance. Great Lance will do it. So yeah, between these two, they'll be fine. We just need somebody else to get the kill shot.
Was that sufficient?
Give in to your impulses. Lord Sombron is limited.
Okay. Seedall is going to go here again. Then we're going to attack him again. Don't believe Twin Strike's going to do much better, so we'll repeat the same action. We should be able to get the kill up here. Then that's a 12 here. Killer Lance just needs one crit to land in order to get the kill. And we can try it. I noticed that the enemy actually has a decent crit as well on that killer axe. Alternative is, of course, to drop Citrine over here. Actually, that just does a straight up kill. That's not bad. So the kill is available up here with Citrine, so we don't need to worry about that one too much. So the question is down here, and I think Anna will attack into this first in order to maximize crit. Actually makes me think that I should do this. Because then we can stand next to this. Hang on. I've got a better idea. Since Fogato's not going to do much down there. Whoops. We'll go Radiant Bow like this.
Come and get it!
Okay. Then we get this kill. That will get the first hit. That's fine.
From me to you!
Thanks for the assist.
Then we're going to go like this. And that's going to raise the crit quite a bit because of the support, up to 70%, which is great. The only issue is that I no longer have Seedall available for the second attack because we used them already. The question is, does Chloe do anything interesting if she's not the one getting the kill shot up here? Maybe. But... oh yeah, Alchris, I guess, no longer benefits from standing in the woods. But 20 is going to help me get her down if he gets the kill and doesn't take damage in return. So let's see what I can do. Should be able to do this. Okay, that's one hit. Then we hit her with a chain. We will need to take out the other guy up top.
I had no choice but to win.
Which does give me something to do with Chloe.
No need.
And yeah, her stats are way down at least. Grants immunity to freeze. Luckily this isn't freeze, this is just an aura. And if we don't stand anybody next to her, then override should not be an issue. Yeah, we'll definitely do some kind of heal with Pendreo. That. Anyway, because of that, we'll go kill a lance over here. That actually doesn't do nearly enough. I think Marin has to help out with that. Now, 11th sword will almost kill. Not quite. That's okay. That'll still get some work done. In fact, the follow-up will solve that.
That was cool, was it not?
Yeah, Pendreo will get the heal over here. Then Citrin will do her thing. How many units do we have left? 3. Yeah. In fact, if Chloe can take this out, then we do free up Citrin to potentially do something interesting. That's going to take her down to 37. That's not nearly enough. Yeah, we're going to be way short still. And we don't want Override to hit in a line over here, so Pendreo has to sit at a diagonal and use Physic to heal. Which does mean that we can attempt this. A 38% crit, not good enough, I don't think. We'll do this. Yeah, I keep forgetting that the chain attacks work so well. It's hard to calculate that. And yeah, got plenty of those to go around. And yeah, we'll have one unit with not much to do at the moment. That's okay, we'll just get her in a position. Everybody here should be able to survive a direct attack even from... Yeah, Rider's Bane has range 1, so 11 sword is the only thing that's going to hit. 30 attack. I think I'm okay in terms of speed. Okay, so Pendreo will heal with Physic. And that is how we will do it. Okay, let's see if we live. We will. With difficulty. Alright. Turfing grants resilience 5. Let's get in there with physical attacks then and finish her off. Looks like it is going to be probably attempting to crit with Anna again. And let's see, Cedal can't actually walk that far, so doubling up. This is 69% crit, it might just do it straight up. Would be safest. Legato does quite well with the Radiant Bow. And there's the chaining on top of that. Might do that. Get the 2 new archers in the mix. Or maybe even finish off with Parthia on Anna, because the experience gain would be considerable. Alchris kind of needs it most. Yeah, let's actually go Alchris then.
First question.
Okay. And I think we'll go with the Parthia kill. So let's actually just get a little bit of free experience here. Just drop some heals, maybe. Spending basically some money to use charges on men to do stuff like that. Just trying to get some experience down. Let's see here. Yeah, let's give Anna a kill. Is there anything else that I want to do with getting people to stand on certain locations? Not really. Can't really reach down there. At least not this turn. Okay, let's just use this then. And Parthia will hit, and that will be the map. Yeah, the last turn was quite a number on me. I still wasn't quite confident that the move that I did was actually going to work. But
Armed like this, and yet I did not win.
we did it. It does unfortunately look like it might be another day where we're only going to get one map down, but that's okay. Let's watch the cutscene and see what's next, and let's see. I mean, I'm sure some things like Paralog start to open up now that we reclaim the other rings, so it makes sense to probably pause at this point anyway if we have to do a lot of party reconfiguration to reincorporate the rings back in our party for
Damn,
the
the
remainder
ring
of the
we
campaign.
gave Hyacinth. They snatched it.
Oh, I guess maybe we only snatched one and they just took the rest away, and that opens up the Paralog for Leaf and only Leaf.
We gotta protect the other ones.
Yeah.
Let's get them onto the
Looks
ship.
like that's the case. We only earn one back at a time, and we just have the same pattern of chapter paralog, probably.
I will take the ring of the Hero King.
Oh, gonna have some reconfiguration on their end as well.
Come, my lady. We must hurry. Is something the matter?
Zephia, give me your ring.
What are you planning?
Just do it.
Very well.
Using Sigurd's ring to just run really far and very fast, in all probability.
Please, take this!
But why?
I know you can't forgive me for all the things I've done. But still,
Okay, so we get two
you
rings at a
must
time.
know. I need you to know that even though our friendship was brief, it meant everything.
Well, the Sigurd and Louis combo that was running
What
early
the
on
hell?
was absolutely amazing, so I'd love to reincorporate that, even though I'll have to reassign Ike somewhere else.
You filthy defect!
Vale!
I feel like slapping the Fell Dragon's daughter is maybe not the wisest course of action.
When we return, I'll see that you never wake up again!
Mavier, keep an eye on those other rings.
Understood.
The Ring of the Holy Knight. Thank you, Vale.
Okay, so we've got Leaf and Sigurd back in the party.
Emblem Sigurd, Emblem Leaf. I'm glad you two are back.
As am I. Allow me to apologize for failing to protect you at the cathedral, all this time within my dimmed consciousness.
Sigurd, that was my fault.
As you saw, they have been twisting Vale's mind, with Sombron's movement limited. It is she who carries out his will.
I see.
Should we try to rescue her?
First, we have to help the people of Flora. We can go to Elusia after we've put out the remaining fire. With this fight, we have 8 rings. We're at an advantage to take the other 4.
Yes. Victory is in sight.
Well, things are picking up.
Why don't you go to the castle? Tell Queen Ev what has happened here.
Yeah, leave the village to us.
Thanks, everyone. I appreciate it.
Be safe, Vale.
Well, I'm glad we don't need to deal with Sigurd on the enemy side again, because the movement range on that wyvern just now was probably the hardest thing to play around, as we might have expected going into the map.
Oh.
But anyway, we'll chat a bit. Pick up some loot as we go. I like grabbing some steel, which is good. We've been very short on resources for weapon upgrades for some time. But, oh yeah, we can grab a pet here as well. Got plenty of those hanging around at this point. Okay, much more resources. Yeah, I assume that perhaps 2 power logs will open, accounting for both Leaf and Sigurd. So, we'll see about how we'll get them back in order.
Impressive.
And yeah, but just take a look at the blue dialogue bubbles, and they seem to be specific to this map. That's what differentiates them from all of the other NPC chatter. We won't see it if we come back to this map for any skirmishes later on. But that seems to be what distinguishes the blue dialogue signifiers here in the UI. Have you get some closure? And so does Hortensia. I think we're done here. So let's see how the map looks now. Yeah, we'll have a big party reassignment coming at the end of this. as well as a lot of bond conversations to get done now that we've got Anna and Lucina up to their A support. Yeah, we've got 3 maps opening up. It looks like the 2 paralogs as well as the chapter. Not having played either Genealogy or Thracia, those being Fire Emblem 4 and 5, in which those rings originated, I doubt I will really recognize the maps involved. But, first of all, let's take a look at the bond conversations. We'll do those. Yeah, it's just Louis and Anna for the time being. We have a couple of the level... Oh yeah, Louis was Sigurd, of course, because we got him up to the level 9 cap, only for him to lose him.
I've learned a great deal by observing you, Sigurd.
Knights must fight on behalf of their people.
Love how there's so much unique dialogue for all of this, and got a brave lance on Louis, which may be useful. And finally, our second Emblem A support.
My goodness, these shirts, they have your face on them. That is incredible.
You think so? The way they turned out, I was on the fence about whether to sell them at all.
Too bad we don't actually seem to get
You have to sell them. I'd buy
Anna
10.
shirts as an alternate costume. At least I doubt we do.
Well, if you like them, that settles it. I'll print up hundreds and make a killing.
It would be nice to see the game actually follow through on this, though, with their costume system. We actually haven't been using their engage together all that much, given that usually I've just been using Lucina as Anna's dexterity buff, but now that we have her capped out, we might make a couple of changes for future battles, like maybe swapping Lynn onto Anna. Maybe just swapping Anna and Lucina, or rather, yeah, Lucina and Lynn between Anna and Chloe, just to get speed and dexterity on both of them. But for now, we're kind of farming skill points on them so we can actually get some decent abilities up and running. But yeah, we do have the emblem rings back. Let's see. First of all, what to do once again. And I don't even remember who we had on Leaf before. We can check that eventually. Let me see if I can just scroll through. Yeah, we had Chloe with Leaf only up to Bond 4 because we just didn't have much time to use him. I think he's the only character who's kind of in that situation, and she's the only one who was in the position of having done anything with him just over the course of 1 map at most. So yeah, we'll see what makes sense for our newly rediscovered Weapon Master. As far as the map goes, what are we looking at? Road to Elusia is going to be Chapter 18, where the Fell Dragon awaits. Looks like we're going to gradually work our way to the middle of the map. I see, maybe. Yeah, we'll be looping around here and there, and we'll have some kind of nautical battle probably with Pegasus riders or wyverns swarming boats the way they usually do when it comes to Fire Emblem, implementing that specific map design trope. Bridges in a Row is going to be Leaf's map, and River of Light and Dark is going to be Sigurd. Sigurd has this tuned a bit lower to Advanced Class Level 5, which is, interestingly enough, level-wise anyway, easier than some of the ones that we had faced previously, so it looks like there's a bit of subtle recommended order here where you do Sigurds and then Leafs. So, we'll likely look at both of them next before we proceed with Chapter 18. In some order, given that we've slowed down quite a bit, it might be one map per stream for some time, unless these tend to be comparatively compact. Much like the arena map for Awakening and Lucina earlier on. That's going to be it for the stream, though. I think we are going to call it at this point. And we'll see how we do from here. Next time will be... Well, first of all, let's just see what's going on here. Yeah, next time looks like it's likely going to be River of Light and Dark first. We've got a lot of party management to do before that happens. So, until then, we're going to call it. We're going to reflect on what a disaster that last turn was on the previous map. Much sloppier than I usually play, and that just got me into a situation where I just had to calculate thoroughly in a position that we shouldn't have gotten into in the first place. But then, that's what happens when you don't know what the event triggers are going to be for pulling the entire enemy squad over before you've had a chance to power up again. And despite fighting against the odds, I think eventually we figured out some positioning that worked. Really, usually just a matter of reading what weapons the enemy is holding and what kind of damage to expect. Anyway, that's it for now. Thanks for watching. Until next time, and when we continue with more Fire Emblem Engage and barrel our way towards what will soon enough be the ending of 4 more rings and reacquisitions from now, however many chapters that takes. We'll see you again soon. Until then, have a wonderful day ahead of you. Happy playing. Fare thee well.